Welcome everybody to the VR Master League. My name is Noman. I'm joined by a whole crew of people, but we are here for the Season 10 Round Robin Group A pre-show. I'm so hyped. I gotta introduce everybody who's on the call, and then we're gonna get started with our little pre-show analysis before we get into the ridiculous amount of games we've got going on today. So, beautiful man to my right, Mr. Nightfire with 2 E's. How you doing, Nightfire?
I am excellent. I am looking forward to today. I am, my heart rate feels as elevated as maybe some of these players. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm right there next to you, ready to go. And next to us, joining us by voice, is Mr. Sleepy with 2 3's. How are you doing, Sleepy?
Hi, good morning, Noman. Thanks. I'm doing well. Ready to get into these games, but excited to talk about what we're in for this morning, this afternoon, this evening, depending on what part of the world you're watching from today. So excited to get into it, but yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
But we can't continue until we have our co-hostess with the mostest from OML1 today. Snooperfax, say hello.
Hello, how are you guys doing today?
Hey, man. Excited for some freaking Onward. I'm going to hand it over to my pre-show leader, Nightfire, to take it away from here, explain what's going on for today, and start talking about this fantastic series we've got coming up.
Thank you, Noman. Yes, it is a exciting time, dare I say the most exciting time for Onward fans. This is our post-season finale. Over $15,000 in prizing, over 5K in raw cash, 3K in raw cash coming in. There is a heap on the line for these teams and what they're competing for, and it's been, for a few teams, a long draw. For these teams, it hasn't been, but the overall process of the postseason is as such. We've had our Challenger Cups Group A and B. That was last weekend. The final is actually going to be after this round robin Group A stage, which is what we have today, which includes ranks number 2, 3, 6, and 7 worldwide in VRML. So if you're not familiar, teams play in a regular season in the VR Master League. It spans for several months. They play games weekly. They go up and down in rank, and at the end of the season, we kind of pool in our top 7, and that 8th team is the Challenger Cup finalist. But so today, there's not that 8th team. It's just teams 2, 3, 6, and 7. Tomorrow, we'll have round robin Group B, which is ranks 1, 4, 5 in the finalist of the Challenger Cup final today. And then next weekend, we have the semis and finals, where we get down to the brass tacks and we get to see who is the best of the best in Onward for Season 10. And I mean, you want to talk about a long road. Some of these teams have been in VRML for years. They have been, part of the organization for so long. The teams today, if you're not familiar, include Mayhem, SEAL Team Bravo, BossFight, and G-Men, all absolute powerhouses of teams. And I want to dive in to each team's roster, take a look at who we think's powerful amongst these teams and why, and then really kind of come out at the end of the day with some sort of an idea of who we think is going to be the top 2 teams out of this round robin group stage. First up is, of course, Mayhem, ranked number 1 NA worldwide, number 1 NA, number 2 worldwide, just underneath beginners. A team that has climbed the ranks quite significantly over the course of just a few seasons. Yes, they've been around since Season 4, but it's really, I would say, in the last maybe 1 or 2 seasons that they've really started to shine and grow as a team. And it includes a very skilled host of players: Defilade, James Boak, Capitano, Monarchid, Potato Bot, Theta, and Wookie. And Noman, I want to start with you. When you're looking at this roster from the Mayhem team, what's the player that really sort of stands out to you? Who do you see as a leader?
I mean, if I'm going pure facts, James puts that team together, I think, bit by bit almost every time they play. The man is a coordinating genius. I've seen him at work in lobbies and stuff, and he does it even when it's not his team. Yeah. In terms of leading on the battlefield, it kind of varies. They're a team that really balances well. I think one of the players that I have to give a shout out to is Defilade. When he's on the field, he plays the long range, right? And he's got that visibility on the field, and I think he does a really good job of keeping his team informed and keeping them, protected. He's dangerous with that rifle. So I got to give him a little side shout out. But James would be, an easy pick, not just because he's the captain, but he's got that sort of mentality.
Sleepy, your thoughts, same question. Who do you see as sort of a standout player amongst this Mayhem team?
Well, to be honest, Noman kind of took all the words right out of my mouth, if I'm fair. But James is an excellent leader. I think I agree with Noman that he has built and builds his team construction quite well for each matchup. And I'm sure we'll be seeing that here today. Definitely does a great job with the long range stuff, as you mentioned. But yeah, they're all really well balanced players if you really think about it. Wookie, our fellow caster friend, is quite good on the field. Data, of course, with his series of informational videos for Onward players out there or aspiring Onward players out there, is a bevy of information himself. And Potato Bot is a playmaker. So I can't narrow it down to just one player. But if I did, I guess I would have to give it to the captain, James, just because not only does he build the team outside the map, but when he's in game, he's also doing that same thing. He's also still, kind of driving and coordinating the team on the battlefield.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think a little bit that maybe the two casters have just been getting an extra reps. They get to watch more games, really, and maybe it's played an effect in their overall strategizing and how they sort of attack each objective. But one thing I wanted to kind of highlight and maybe get your opinion on it, Snooper, was what Noman said, and that the comms are, really come out pretty aggressively from Deflay. They're not afraid to radio in information. And when we talk about Onward, it's always important, I think, to address the sort of maybe big point that a new person to the game might not understand, is that the comms in Onward are open. Anybody can hear them if you're within a proximity, and at the same time you can radio to the entirety of your team by holding onto the radio on your shoulder. And some teams opt to sort of just put out that communication, others opt to go as stealth and avoid communicating. What are your thoughts on the importance of communication and how Mayhem do it?
Well, Mayhem's a team full of veterans, and there's not much more to say about the individual players that hasn't been said. They're all really, really good, and they all complement each other, and that's really what makes up an Onward team. It's not just one player exactly that can go around and sort of Rambo the other team. You need everyone to sort of come in, communicate, make plays even. You need to be able to be a little bit flexible on how you're moving, how you're shooting, how you're able to push into the defensive, perimeter. And Mayhem's a team that really, really excels at that.
Yeah, absolutely. When you talk about all veteran players, it's very rarely do you get into a lobby with someone on this team that isn't very active at communication. I do want to move on because we have three other teams that we want to highlight and dive into next on the list. Actually, let's go with who Mayhem will be facing off with first today, which is going to be SEAL Team Bravo. And you want to talk about veteran players. This is a team that has only been around since Season 9. Yes, it has some players that have been around for quite a while. When you look at the roster, you have Raz, Drunk Drummer, Diesel, Hondo, Staycom, and The Sickness. But they have really done quite a lot in such a short amount of time. And Noman, I want to get your sort of initial thoughts on the SEAL Team Bravo team as a whole.
Yeah, these are individual threats put together, right? And I think one of the reasons this team came together was, a lot of lone wolf strategies across this board. A lot of players that I would be afraid to go against mano a mano, right? And I think they recognized that ability and decided, hey, you put a bunch of guys who by themselves can do a lot of good work together and try and make a team out of it. And it worked, right? It doesn't always, but in this case, it really worked out for them, and they found a good rhythm. They found a punishing strategy in terms of raw aggression that really works. It really dismantled a lot of teams in the later half of the season, and they've definitely earned their spot here.
Yeah, if you look at the later half of the season, almost no coverage on this SEAL Team Bravo squad. And when you talk about teams doing their homework and sort of looking and researching how to approach and attack another squad's defense or offensive style, it's definitely important to sort of go back and be able to look at that footage. And all they really have to look at for SEAL Team Bravo, is 4 games this season. Very early on, a lot has changed since July in this game. And Sleepy, I want to get your thoughts. Do you think SEAL Team Bravo could maybe be a dark horse in this entirety of our postseason?
I think any one of these teams could be a dark horse
Sure.
in this, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could consider SEAL Team Bravo kind of the underdog here if you look at the other teams in today's round robin group, for example. I mean, G-Men, BossFight, and Mayhem are all names that have been around. Even Mayhem has been around now since, I believe, season 5 time frame.
Yeah.
So 4
Yeah.
or 5. So 5 or 6 seasons now they've been with us. And then, of course, BossFight and G-Men around since pretty much inception of the league. And yeah, so I mean, it is safe to say SEAL Team Bravo are an underdog, but like you mentioned, there are some experienced players on that team. I mean, the Sickness, previously the captain of SMC, and he's also put together other teams as well since that time. He has a knack for actually finding a good quality in players and bringing that together. He actually does a pretty good job of running things on the field. I don't know if that's how they manage to, coordinate their play on the field. I don't know if the team captain Raz takes the reins and runs things, or if he lets Sickness call the shots, because Sickness does have a knack for calling some pretty good plays on Audible, and we've seen it live. We've seen it many times when he was on SMC. So I will be interested to see how Dark Matter. I'm sorry, I keep calling him Dark Matter. SEAL Team Bravo performs here today, so we'll see, and we'll see how they match up against Mayhem, who we just talked about here, in just a few more moments.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the sort of deep dive of the history of this SEAL Team Bravo team, originating with the 3 brothers Raz, Cool, and Seth Bowden. Cool and Seth have since left the team, and recent acquisitions are Sickness and Hondo into that squad. And so, I'm very curious to see, if maybe these pickups are going to play an additional effect that is unforeseen by these teams, because, again, they just don't have the footage to look back on. Speaking of other teams, we have 2 channels live today. We will be, at least. Right now, we are here on VRML, the main, across all of our platforms, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and of course venues. Appreciate to everyone that's hanging out in there. We also have matches going on over on Onward _VRML, our main Onward Twitch channel, specifically for Onward games, and this is where we'll see teams like BossFight and G-Men. And I mean, you want to talk about a tail end of a group. This is really a powerhouse of a group that you're going up against. BossFight have been doing very good lately. And Snooper, I want to start with you and get your initial thoughts on BossFight and what these teams got to be worried about when they go up against them.
Well, BossFight's a veteran team. We've seen them for God knows how many seasons at this point, and they certainly know how to play together. They've got a few really good snipers on their team, and that's something that a lot of teams aren't very used to dealing with. The long-range battle is something, especially with BossFight's range. They'll use the 12x and a bolt action to really put you down, or at least a semi-auto, and they're up in the hills. You can't see that far typically with the holosights or even a 2x or a 4x. It becomes a little bit of a dicey deal to pick out snipers like that, but when it comes to the close range, BossFight has that too.
And I love that you point out the sniping, because I think BossFight have been innovating on sniping as well. You talk about maps like Bazaar, where sure there is some long angles, but we widely consider that to be a close quarters map. We've seen Viper bring a sniper into that close quarters proximity, and I'm kind of curious on your thoughts on that, because I think it adds a whole different sort of element of threat, because he's picking up new angles that people aren't ready for.
Yeah, you're not expecting somebody to see you from across the map. Like, there are situations on that map where you think, no one's got a scope. There's no way he's gonna see me in the the crack of this of this fence, or in the hole in this wall or whatever. But he's gotcha. And they play Bazaar the most of any map. At least in Season 10, it was their most played map. They've won over half of the rounds they've played on it. And that is actually a higher score than most teams on Bazaar, a higher overall percentage of wins. So it definitely plays an effect because they have that additional threat that most teams, at least until you play them once or twice, don't really anticipate.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about the maps and what we're going to see today. I mean, Sleepy, I'm kind of curious, just as a general sense and a general scope before we move on to the next team. Do you think we're going to see a lot of long range? Do you think, I mean, if I'm any team, I'm banning Downfall almost every time against BossFight. You know,
I am expecting with the teams that we have in this group that we will see some more of the open range, longer firefights. I'm anticipating we will probably see some quarantine at the very least. Sure. Yeah, we will probably see Bazaar banned against these guys. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban quarantine as well, unless the other team feels very confident on the map. But again, like Noman mentioned, Lonely Viper bringing that 12x and that sniper capability to just about every map from big to small is a real threat and something that you have to be cautious of. I mean, you can't even peek. Like, even the safest peek becomes dangerous, because that 12x can spot pixels unlike anything else. But I mean, there are many other playmakers on this team, well seasoned. You got Scooby, the team captain, the shot caller on the field, Legil, another playmaker for them, Radarhead, who unfortunately isn't here. He's on vacation in the islands right now. So everybody wish him a happy vacation, him and his family. UC Death, Polaspill, 35 Weather Balloon, all amazing playmaker. I mean, Weather Balloon, I don't think is recently back, because I think they may have left for a while there. But I mean, yeah, this is a strong team, and I would expect that people to be wanting to avoid longer range maps against them. But yeah, we'll just have to see. They've got a tough road ahead today through this group.
They really do, and I mean, you look at the road ahead. It's up against teams like G-Men, the final team in our first group of round robins today, and that consists of players like The Man, 404, Miracle Dev, Brass to Mouth, Zach Fontaine, Kija, Nintendo, and Officer Jigglykick. I don't know who that name is, but someone on their roster there. I don't think we'll be seeing that player today. I'd be surprised, considering the others are the core of it. But a team that has been around for a long time, and a team that is powerful, especially this season. They have proven to be a team that can maintain a top 8th position, and with all the change that we've seen over the course of 1.8 and the course of Season 10, I think it's an impressive thing that just to highlight that they've managed to keep sort of the level of performance that they have across multiple seasons and all the changes that we've experienced in 1.8. And Snooper, again, I'll start with you. Your initial thoughts on this G-Men team. If you were to be going up against them, how are you feeling?
Well, it's another veteran team. It's 404, Brass to Mouth, Kija, The Man. I mean, names we've heard for immemorium in the league. And they definitely know how to play the close game. They definitely know how to play the mid-range game. I'm a little worried when they come up against a team like BossFight that can play more of the long range. But besides that, I mean, they can take any of the teams on the roster right now.
Yeah, they certainly have shown a bit of, I wouldn't say ineptitude, but they have shown that they struggle a little bit more on those longer range maps. But even then, they have done well there too. They can sort of sneak a cap on you on a map even like Downfall. You can't count any one of these teams out, but especially the likes of G-Men. They're familiar with a host of going up against a diverse amount of situations, and very familiar, I think, with some of those maps. Quarantine, I think, would be a good pick against them. And we talk about maps. What do you see G-Men playing the most, Noman?
Yeah, I can kind of see Cargo in the rotation if it doesn't get banned against them, right? We do have to worry about bans. We didn't have them last week in the Challenger Cup series, but here we're in the best of 2 format, or sorry, not even best of 2. We are playing 2 rounds every round, and then it's an aggregate of scores that decides the top 2. So there are bans on each side. Teams will have to ban something, and right now Cargo is the top played map for G-Men, and we, if you've been around the Onward League for a while, you've seen the kind of work that Zach Fontaine and The Man do with the shield and the LMG. So a scary prospect. I would venture to say I'm going to just go. I feel like they're creatures of habit. So I'm going to say Suburbia and Bazaar are going to be their sort of fallback, more consistently played. They are the 2 heaviest played maps after Cargo. In fact, tied for the times they've played it. So that's what I think I would expect to see.
Should be an exciting matchup, and if you want to talk about matchups and where to see them, here is the breakdown for today. Over on this channel here on the VRML main and across venues, Facebook and YouTube, we have Mayhem and SEAL Team Bravo to kick things off, then Mayhem versus BossFight, and then BossFight versus SEAL Team Bravo. And over on Onward _ VRML, we'll have BossFight versus G-Men, G-Men versus SEAL Team Bravo, and Mayhem versus G-Men. Really, it'll be the G-Men sort of featured channel. If you want to be following them, you can just stick around there for the entirety of the day. But it is going to be a long day. It is going to be, like Snowman said, 2 rounds, 2 maps apiece. So, you know, I'm excited. I don't know really what to expect, but you know, we have to make one of the things that we got to do here is predictions, and we got to sort of guess at what we think we're going to see today. And you know, the format here, we take the top 2 teams from each round robin stage, and they go to the semifinals next weekend and square off against each other in a elimination bracket. Who do you think, Noman, I'll start with you, is going to take the top 2 spot out of Group A?
Keeping my answer short, we've got to get ready for these games.
Yep.
So I'm just going to go right flying out the gate, Mayhem and G-Men. That's my 2.
Good. Tough choice, man. It's tough choices when you look at it. Sleepy, I'm going to delay my response and go to you next.
Yeah, for me, also short and sweet today. My picks are Mayhem and BossFight.
Okay, respectable. Mayhem getting 2 votes there, though. Snooper, you're up next. Who do you see is coming out of Group A?
I mean, I agree with Sleepy. Mayhem and BossFight all day.
Okay, you know, and I feel like I was gravitating towards that early as well. Sleepy, Mayhem and BossFight, but
hey, go with what you feel, man. Just call it.
Like I'll go Mayhem and BossFight, but man, I want to see. SEAL Team Bravo, I think, might surprise us today. I really do.
Everybody wants to see the
Dark Horse,
the underdog.
Is absolutely, if we're gonna pick underdogs and possible Dark Horse, SEAL Team Bravo is obviously the choice.
Yeah.
Ooh, so exciting. There's going to be some fantastic Onward coming up here, folks. But like Noman said, we are going to have to cut out and take a brief pause as we get into lobbies and get set up for the first match of Group A. This is going to be the best Onward you can watch. Do not go anywhere. It'll be back in just a few minutes. Onward VRML Challenger Cup Group A coming at you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first match of the day, Round Robin Group A Season 10 Onward Championships. We have a lot of words to say before we can start the stream, and the last one I want to say is Mr. Sleepy. How are you today? Your name is wrong on the stream, but say hi anyway. You are muted, so do not be muted because I need to hear your voice for the entire situation. There you go.
I am, as my name implies, a little sleepy this morning. A bit early, but I am excited for this morning's Onward action. And the first match that we have up front is BossFight versus Mayhem, the two teams that I choose to be today's kind of winners in the group. So be interesting to see which one of them seems to be running a bit stronger this morning and or this afternoon, because one of them, of course, is a mainly EU-based team. In BossFight, that is. So I am excited to be here. Noman, how are you feeling about this first matchup?
I mean, what's not to love, you know? I mean, you wake up way too early for a Pacific, for a West Coaster. You slam down some coffee, you jam food down your gullet, you set all this stuff up, and the reward, at least I hope, I pray, I know, I've been here before, is amazing Onward action. I mean, once you get into these stages, and not to be disparaging to anything that's come before this, but this is top level play. This is the kind of Onward that when you're a player, you aspire to be a part of. You want to play games in games like this because this is where you have the most fun. This is where something is on the line. You get your heart racing. You get the excitement. It's everything I love about Onward condensed into a very simple format. And I'm very lucky, as are you, in that we don't have to get sweaty. We don't have to sit. We don't have to be crouching and ducking and jiving here. We get to watch it from the sky. We get to bring it to the folks in venues, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, everybody who's tuning in today. We're lucky, and we hope you guys enjoy the kind of show that we're gonna be seeing today. But we've got some stuff to cover really quickly. So let's go through our bans. So the home ban, as we discussed, every team gets a ban in the round robin stages. Let's go through our bans here. So the Mayhem side, who is home, have opted to ban Suburbia. And then the away side, which is your SEAL Team Bravo side, is the Subway. That is the Subway. So, thoughts on those bans? Sleepy, the two subs are gone. No subs in this match. All real players and all real maps all the time. No suburbs, no Subway. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel fine. But what doesn't make me feel fine is that I completely misannounced the first matchup, because it's SEAL Team Bravo, not BossFight.
Hey, that's all right. We've got it on the screen, and the screen was correct for once, so I'm happy with that. Okay, look. I'm going to level with you here. Suburbia for Mayhem kind of makes sense. Has not historically been their strongest map. Subway for SEAL Team Bravo, I guess Mayhem is pretty powerful on Subway. I think it's that North Stair objective, if I had to guess. They are scary on that North Stair objective.
Yeah.
But we keep hearing the sounds of the false starts, and that means I have to announce our first map because they're just gonna beat us to the punch. They want to get started, and I want to get started. And it's freaking Downfall, Sleepy. Gameplay is kicking off on Downfall, round 1 underway. Mayhem versus SEAL Team Bravo here. Oh, it's exciting stuff. Did Mayhem? It looks like Mayhem actually opted for Volk.
They did, yes.
That is what happened. So yeah, they had opted. They were the home team here. They opted for the Volk side anyway. So the first ban was Subway, and then Suburbia was the second choice by Mayhem. But either way, we are into it.
SEAL Team Bravo out of the gate, pretty reserved. So far, not a lot of movement out from spawn. Getting themselves just away and out of the sight lines, but stay calm. Gonna get taken down from Monarchid on a long peek over the ridge line over towards the north and south Marsok buildings.
It was a nice long pit. I mean, that is roughly as long as you can get corner to corner. Nice
a
little
patient
peek there.
monarchid is a happy monarchid.
Exactly, and now we've seen SEAL Team Bravo here start to tuck in a little bit, get in behind a little bit of cover, and start to try to get visuals on these Mayhem defenders. But they're pinned down. I mean, this is dangerous for SEAL Team Bravo. Once you've stopped the momentum of a Marsoc team on downfall, it can be really tough to start over again, right? If you're not aware of the location of that defense, it can be so nerve-wracking to try to cross any of these angles.
Yeah, especially from a position like Diesel's here out in the center. Very little coverage from cover to cover. I mean, he's literally running in complete open field between pieces of cover. So he's got to keep those movements short and make sure that he gets safely into that cover, because the second he gets hit and he's injured, he's no longer able to sprint. So he's going to have to either heal himself on the run in order to be able to run again, or he's likely going to be downed and or KIA.
He doesn't know that there's not a lot of people actually watching that angle. Potato Bot, the only one sort of close to having eyes on that position, but even he's focused center hotel right now. You may have been hearing Raz's comms, as Raz was able to push up to center hotel here. He's the closest member of the offense, 2.5 minutes left to the objective at this stage.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, quite a ways to go real estate wise. I mean, even the guy in the east there, way up in the east, Hondo, has got a ways to go before he gets anywhere close to striking distance. Drunk Drummer definitely taking his time back here, laying prone, making sure he doesn't get caught out in the open. But also with his 12x, I think he's trying to get sight lines on the North Marsoc dark room.
Copy that. Let me move a little bit.
It is a little bit more adjustment from the offense, and there's going to have to be a pretty serious flurry of adjustments as we get down into the final 2 minutes of this first round. Monarchid does eventually find Hondo there in the east, not able to get across that vast expanse in time. That's going to leave 3 members of SEAL Team Bravo to deal with the entire defense. 2 members now as James picks up Drunk Drummer on that push on the west.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned, or Nightfire mentioned, nobody really getting time to do the research on SEAL Team Bravo due to the lack of cast, but Mayhem saying, you know, we don't really need that research. We've got good coordination, we've got good defensive planning, and it's working out well for them now, as SEAL Team Bravo now just left with their last member, and it's Diesel, who's coincidentally actually walking right through the kind of the only hole in the defense, and if he stays quiet enough, he may be able to sneak by under the radar.
Theta's going to be the problem here. If Theta peeks up over that little, I mean, he's got his head there. He's got the gun up. He spots him out. And there it is. Mayhem will seal the deal on their first defensive round, not losing a single man. But, you know, some will opt to say that the Volk side of Downfall is where the strengths really lie. And so now I'm kind of wondering what this is going to look like when they switch sides. Does Mayhem have a strategy to unseat these very, you know, sort of entrenched defenses, these tight angles? That is the real trick here, but a very solid defense by them to start. And SEAL Team Bravo's got their work cut out for them on Volk in round 2. It looks like somebody from Mayhem has moment. It looks like Wookie there has dropped out temporarily, so we will wait a moment to see if he rejoins the lobby.
Yeah, looking.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, looking at the map, I mean, SEAL Team Bravo did a good job in their push. I mean, the arc of their kills reflects decent coordination of the team itself. It's just Downfall, like we talked about, is just one of those maps. It's a limits test for you as a Marsoc team, as an attacking team. It's very open. There's limited cover. Granted, they have added some new items to assist with that in recent updates, which have allowed for more attack-based play to be successful. However, as you mentioned, Noman, it is a very defensive-heavy map, and a lot of folks like to play that card when they know Downfall is going to be on the table. And it looks like maybe that's what Mayhem did in order to make sure they get that round win, that map win, for example. But yeah, I mean, still a great play there from SEAL Team Bravo, but they are going to have to step up that pace a little bit if they want to be successful here.
Yeah, so I mean, the way this shakes out, right, is SEAL Team Bravo opted to pick into Downfall, and picking into Downfall in and of itself exudes a level of confidence in your Marsoc abilities, right? It is one of the most challenging Marsoc maps currently in league rotation, and you know, I want to see what that strategy looks like. I want to see SEAL Team Bravo come up with some crazy plays here, because for example, that final Diesel push, had Drunk Drummer not pushed all the way up the West Road, right, hadn't gotten picked where he got picked by James, had he applied pressure into the Marsoc towers, kept Theta tucked in, right, Theta was really the only one able to watch that angle, that would have been the play I would have expected to see. And so it's interesting for me to see a team come out on that first Marsoc round and stumble like that. But we have plenty of game to go, and I have got a lot of potential to eat my words. So let's see what SEAL Team Bravo does here on the defense to try to keep things close against this Mayhem squad.
And so far out of the gate, they're going to run 3 right out towards the objective, as kind of to be expected. You know, you want to make sure you have eyes on, especially this objective. Such a sneaky one, as we almost saw there with Drunk Drummer. Or with Diesel there in the last few moments, he could have almost snuck in and gotten the cap right under their noses. Stay Calm's going to try and make it over to Dumpster Building. He's going to take a little bit of suppressive fire from Mayhem and the likes of James Boak and Potato Bot.
That's exactly what they were waiting for. They're kind of hovering around that center area, looking for that cross, trying to prevent the cross to Dumpster, because anybody getting into this Dumpster Building really makes the West Street push extraordinarily challenging. So that is the kind of heads-up play you would expect to see here from these top teams. We'll see how the Marsoc push... I mean, it's looking very similar, right? They've got the same sort of spread, 2-1-2 across the east, center, and west. And they have slowed up in similar positions. So now we're going to see how they break that momentum problem that we saw SEAL Team Bravo run into last round.
Whoa, Stay Calm there, having a little bit of a glitch issue. Trying to make a cross and getting pulled back. Now he's over at the building here on the objective, and he wasn't quite expecting that to happen, of course. But it did put him at risk. Potato Bot going to be able to grab Raz off the back ridge on the south valley. Hondo almost taking some shots there as well, but Drunk Drummer.
Yeah, with the response.
Find the return.
There it is. He is downstairs in that little basement. That is a very tough spot to find him in. James Boak and Stay Calm will trade out, but the res is available, and he's in a pretty decent resable spot. All told, Diesel, Drunk Drummer on the objective. Hondo in White Tower on that overwatch position. He's going to have good eyes on that center hotel push. If Modder Kid isn't careful, he's going to run right into the sight lines here. Mono's actually opting for West Street there.
James Boak only down there on the field, still giving his team call-outs. So again, always double tap those shots if you've got the angle, because if not, you're just allowing that enemy team that intel, that communication beacon. And of course, they do have the option of being revived, you know, as the alternative, which means you're back to square one.
Drunk Drummer in the perfect spot here to find these center pushes. I don't think anybody... I haven't seen a lot of usage of that little basement, that first floor spot that Drunk Drummer is in inside of that doorway, but a great usage of that to find 2 picks in this round.
I feel like that basement area has been redone a bit. And of course, some cover has been added inside to assist with defensive positioning. So I can see it being a more viable position now than it once was. So Drunk Drummer being able to capitalize on that and seeing that for himself, a great play and a great way to stop Wookie, who I don't know if he realized he was just kind of standing out in the open looking up at a window, but you know, could have just been a mistake in the moment as well. Who knows?
The threat here for SEAL Team Bravo is going to be Theta. He's going to be applying this pressure from what is essentially their spawn, and this is going to force Hondo to sort of give up his view. There's nobody here aside from, you know, if Drunk Drummer decides to peek out into these windows, which I can't imagine he would. There's nobody there to really cover this approach, And Theta kind of aware that he's going to have to deal with Hondo in White Tower there as well. Take a look now. 60 seconds left on the clock. Not a lot of time for this Mayhem team to do that work. And this is exactly what I was talking about. These Marsoc rounds are punishing. You have to be very, very diligent to try to win these out. Mayhem here struggling a little bit. They're looking for the backside of this defense here. Theta pushing up onto Hondo's position. Hondo should be hearing these footsteps any second now.
He's still laser focused on that center hotel.
Speaking of lasers, pop the lasers on here.
Oh boy.
Theta's on the inside, but Hondo does spot him out, catches him right in the back as he rounds the corner towards Diesel's position. And 30 seconds left leaves James Boak dead and Mono, the last Mayhemian, alive.
20 seconds.
Now he's pushing up towards the objective, taking shots from Hondo on the hill. He's looking towards the windows, trying to make sure the defenders are not there. He's peeking the wall, but Hondo is going to be able to find the headshot. And SEAL Team Bravo return the favor. We are at 1-1 here on Downfall.
And there it is, eating the crow almost immediately. SEAL Team Bravo sealing the deal with their with a solid defensive round. Drunk Drummer with a pickup of 3, Hondo with 2. An excellent hold on their part. And now we're going to shift objectives, 40 feet to the west. It's going to be the dumpster objective. You can kind of see it there behind your scoreboard. And, the spawns for this is really what makes or breaks this objective. Which spawns are you going to get? Are you going to get the quick spawn on the west street? Are you going to get the quick spawn on the southeast side of the map? Or you get that long north hotel spawn? And each one of those is just so unique. It it instantly switches between a Volk and a Marsoc advantage. It's such an interesting objective. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll be interested to see who remembers to squat for this spawn, because you don't take any risks with this spawn. If you get what they consider to be the quick spawn, you basically are within sight of the objective and of the enemy, and they can see you. And you'll see here on the pre-round, you'll see Mayhem stacking up, looking for that quick spawn. They don't see anything, so they're going to be looking for the alternatives, and one of those alternatives will be that northeast, where you can see in the corner SEAL Team Bravo getting their bearings, getting ready to break out of the gate. And as the spawn gate lifts, they are off and spread out, more than likely going to keep themselves on that eastern side of the map. But Raz going to take shots early from Potato Bot and go down, but the possibility for the res is still there, though it will require a bit of coordination and possibly a lot of suppression.
Hittlebot looking, trying to get that confirmed if he can. Those shots continue to ring out, but he's not finding any luck there. Diesel stay calm and Hondo here, pushing up this eastern center. Going to be sort of the main pressure for this objective. And interestingly enough, no southeastern coverage by the defense. You take a look at the overhead map here, you'll see the only defender covering that southeast is the White Tower. So leaving it all up to just one person is, kind of. Usually you see a lot of teams try to push that hill, push the eastern side. Plus you get that overwatch ability from that south hill. So to give that up is an interesting choice.
They're playing a little bit tighter, realistically. Is all. James Boak could be. You could argue that his position could be used to help fend the south and even the southeast with the way that building is configured. So it's not completely open, and having it be Theta who's up there, who, as we both know from not only his informational videos but from his casting, he's a very informative and patient person. So he's got no problems, seeing someone, radioing it in for now, and then waiting for a better opportunity to strike that person, or possibly even multiple people.
Yeah, this is a very tucked-in defense. They're very, you're really trying to protect against the cap here, and we talk about it in almost every cast, how punishing, how damaging a cap can be for a team, and I think that's what they're worried about here.
Good place to watch.
Yeah, the push is coming up the east, or I should say down the east, as they're moving from north to south. Stay calm and Hondo now almost to the Marsoc Tower. Scanning the hill here, Hondo searching for enemies, but as we pointed out, no one from the defense has pushed out that far, and that may catch Hondo off guard. You can see he looks a bit surprised as he doesn't catch anyone on the ridgeline, and they continue their push forward.
Now, we haven't talked a lot about these new towers in the Downfall realm. These little sniper towers that folks can get into. Now, the windows, I believe, are still not quite in the position that they're intended to be. It's a little tall. You got to be a tall boy to look through these windows properly. But these offer a much newer, much higher vantage point than ever before. Drunk Drummer, the nice shot onto Mono there from the West Street. Will down 1 on the objective, leaving just Potato Bot in the dumpster building now to defend.
There's another one, dark room, upper dumpster.
As ID the second one, Potato Bot now called out to the team. Drunk Drummer opting for the rotation here. Wookie's going to have to deal with him. Stay calm and Theta, meanwhile, trading headshots on the other side.
Wow, excellent stuff there. Ooh, Diesel again. Same route as before, walking right through the middle with the shiniest of brass ones.
Drunk Drummer looking for James on this quick peek. Oh my goodness, James keeps baiting them out. Meanwhile, Wookie deals with the Diesel situation in the center, and that's going to force the SEAL Team Bravo team to try to unseat him from the top of Center Hotel.
Wow, Wookie's call-outs, very good. He doesn't know that Drunk is also right out here with Raz, but he does call out Raz and the sniper in the west. Wookie not taking any chances as he goes ahead and pops around to pre-fire those stairs.
I mean, the 40 seconds that are left on this clock really are going to push SEAL Team Bravo to make some interesting choices there as Wookie cleans up Raz on that final push. Drunk Drummer now. He's got Pat out. He's pushing the corner here, and I don't think anybody's going to spot him unless Potato Bot is ready for it. Wookie with a nice shot on the Hondo, but no, he's moving a little too quickly.
This is a cap right here. He moves inside now. He's even more protected, but he's not because Potato Bot looks down from the window. He hears the cross and gets the kill. Mayhem go up 1-2-1 here on Downfall.
And he stayed just a little quieter. I mean, he had the cover of Wookie's gunfire there initially, and as soon as that gunfire went away, Potato Bot was on point in listening for those footsteps and IDing that rush.
I know it goes against every fiber of your being to want to stay outside where he was in cap, but in this particular situation, and of course he cannot know this because he doesn't have the view that we do, that was the place he should have capped because that is where Potato Bot wouldn't have been able to see him. So unfortunate there for SEAL Team Bravo as they are unable to convert, but still a great play, and they managed to do quite well there for only 40 seconds left. That was, as like you were, I was a bit concerned with their ability to get to that objective point again.
Yeah, the amount of cover fire was almost just right, and yeah, like you said, on the outside corner of that wall is such a dangerous spot, and Potato Bot would have been able to most likely rotate out and grab the pick anyway, but still, the attempt was made, and I can't fault him for it, especially when the clock's running down there. You may as well go for the 2 points when you've got a good bit of defense left.
For sure.
So it looks like we
should just go to the 2 points if you have the opportunity to. I mean, honestly. But then again, you're talking to someone who kind of always goes for those cap opportunities.
Right. Absolutely. That is, I mean, they're just so satisfying, right? You know, you punch in that code, you get those 2 points for the team, especially in a championship setting. You've just got to be excited about it. So
the adrenaline rush, I think, is what's more addictive.
Absolutely.
Those cap moments, right?
Oh my goodness, the heart racing, the
hand shaking.
Yeah, I can feel it in, you know, it's something that once you experience it once, you really kind of never forget what it's like to do it. So I can totally see why you may prioritize that sort of play. Looks like we do have some folks missing from the SEAL Team Bravo side. One has returned here, but give them another second or so. Might as well jump to a quick intermission while we wait for the teams to stack back up again. probably a good opportunity to say hi and welcome to everybody in Oculus Venues for joining us. Thank you guys. We've got a ton of Onward coming today. Later today, I mean, basically it's a full day of Onward. Honestly, keep that quest charged between rounds. Plug it in whenever you can during intermissions, because there is literally too much Onward happening today for you guys not to be tuning into it. And we got the same thing coming at you tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. And then, of course, next week we've got our semis and our finals. I do want to give a shout out to our sponsors. You've seen them throughout the deck here, but you know, HyperX, Asterion, VR Cover, Pro2 VR, Rebuff Reality, Fixed Gaming. Oh my goodness, the list is outrageous. There's so many, but thank you so much to those guys for providing our prizing and all of the fantastic stuff that these guys are duking it out for, are going balls to the wall, dare I say, to try to win here. But we are ready to go. Just enough time, right? A perfect call out and perfect timing as we get into the defensive round of round 4. Raz has to tuck in as James
A loud call out.
yeah, applies the pressure there.
My sock.
Yeah, he's got the... Hey, listen, the sound carries. It is proximity audio
Get it out.
to a certain distance. And there it is. James putting a little bit of pressure on Center Hotel. Raz really in a dangerous spot here. James looking to try to get this pick. I mean, he is not going to give up this angle. If I know James, he'll play the patient game until he sees that he can't get the shot. Meanwhile, you've got this push here, Wookiee and Theta, the casting duo from the Mayhem squad, pushing through the south center ravine towards the White Tower.
Not that I could hear.
It's a good distraction play that's kind of happening in the south right now. Because Potato Bot and Monarchid are also able to kind of get pretty good positioning here in the north from the East Red Truck building. Looking down towards the objective, trying to see if they can spot anyone out in the windows. But from the looks of things in the distance, SEAL Team Bravo are tucked in pretty tightly in their defensive positions here on the objective. They are not going to give up any more points unnecessarily, but Diesel's got to be careful hanging out in this doorway, because little does he know Wookiee and Theta are right there on the other side of that ridge line.
Behind us, south hill.
They're dancing a little bit. Diesel does identify that south push and opts to get out of the dangerous doorway. Just a little bit. Wookiee and Theta now identified and in danger. Shots will ring out towards the north, and Drunk Drummer knocking Monarchid out there, leaving just James and Potato in the north. And another round where Marsoc is struggling. I mean, this is, you know, we keep bringing back to it, but it is challenging. With a 5-minute downfall round, you got a lot of ground to cover, not a lot of time to cover it. The defense doesn't have to do a lot of the running. It is a very defensive-heavy map, but currently that favors Mayhem. You know, despite the fact that they are struggling here on Marsoc, they started on defense. And if it just keeps trading Volk rounds, Mayhem's going to take it. So SEAL Team Bravo is going to have to come up with a Marsoc round to try to shift the balance here in the upcoming rounds. But 3 members of Mayhem left here. Wookiee!
Oh, wow. What an
the
excellent 203 shot.
Fantastic little grenade launcher shot into the South Center HQ building, downing Hondo. A little bit of pressure onto Diesel's windows there. He doesn't know exactly where they're tucked in. Yeah, that's Wookiee with the call out. Not sure where he's supposed to be shooting. Potato Bot does manage to get the res there.
I think Theta spots him. He's definitely pummeled the window with suppressive fire, but he does call out that he thinks he got him, so it could be a mistake for them if they go into that building with too much ease. It doesn't look like he's given up on that angle yet, but Wookiee's going to fall back and try and approach from a different side.
James there does find Stay Calm in Center Hotel. Drunk Drummer and Raz, the only 2 on objective, sort of inside of this dark room, but it's about 70 seconds left. Not a lot of time for Mayhem to apply the pressure, especially for that rotation James is opting for around the West trucks. He's going to have to come down West Street at full sprint. Wookie, meanwhile, here being called out by Hondo through the wall as he is just downed.
New tube guy is gonna call out.
Wookie calls Hondo noob tube guy, giving call outs, and delivers the knife for a nice silent confirmation.
Drunk Drummer missing the shots on a potato, but it's only 30 seconds left. The pressure's gonna have to come in from James here. He is the biggest threat right now to this objective. Raz and Drunk Drummer need to be on point as he rounds the corner. It's going to be a question of timing. James spots one, pushes the inside. Is he going to be ready for Raz's spot
Theta
here?
On the other side, Theta gets taken down by Diesel.
15 seconds left. Raz on the pressure, finds James. Diesel getting potato. Wookie's the only one left. 10 seconds left, and Raz finds the kill on the inside and holds on to that defensive round for SEAL Team Bravo. They needed to hold that line. That is exactly what they did. Let's take a look at those final seconds here. A nice pick here by Raz. James not even peeking towards the objective, not prepared for that position, leaving just Wookie there to round the corner right into Raz's loving embrace. And that is going to give them the tying point, and we are just trading blow for blow Volk rounds here, Sleepy. I mean, it is a slugfest, and I cannot imagine that the game on the other channel is not a similar situation.
Yeah, well, that is to be anticipated. I mean, at this stage in the play, this is postseason, this is your championship, these are your top teams. So we should expect nothing less out of these matchups, and so far they are delivering. Now, we are seeing a bit more of the Volk advantage, if you will, here on this map, where our teams are only able to secure defensive rounds at the moment, but we'll have to see. Maybe SEAL Team Bravo has something up their sleeves. We have shifted locations here. We've moved across the map to the other side, to the Volk Tower building. Multiple call-outs, across the league itself. But it's interesting to see. This is an objective that we have seen capped a few times throughout the season and throughout seasons before. So I'll be excited to see what SEAL Team Bravo has. I'll also be excited to see if Mayhem has something, or even has an opportunity to show us their attack on this objective if SEAL Team Bravo is unable to convert an uplink here.
Well, we don't have to wait very long to find out, because Mayhem starting off their defense of this objective right now.
Right now?
I think you heard me, Sleepy. I think you heard me and Mayhem heard me, because they are on their way to setting up their defensive positioning here. SEAL Team Bravo gets that center spawn over the east. Get eyes on early, but Mayhem knows they got to tuck in quick. This is the problem with these Volk defenses, though. You can easily put yourself at a quick disadvantage by being caught rotating, a little too late into the round. You got to get to your spots. You got to get to them quick. And you got to make sure nobody sees you doing it, because that is the hallmark of an effective defense. If they spot the building you're in, that means they know where to focus fire. And you have got to be careful with that. Mayhem, though, doing a good job tucking in. SEAL Team Bravo, though, I like their spread here. They've got the right coverage, got eyes on in every direction. I think this could be the Marsoc round. I'm getting that vibe from the SEAL Team Bravo team right now that they want this Marsoc round.
What's uncomfortable to me right now about the Mayhem defense is their entire defense is off objective. The entire thing. Now, they have pretty much every approach route covered, and they have a doubled up coverage on the actual objective itself on the outside. But if SEAL Team Bravo somehow manages to pull a sweep through the west and taking out Potato Bot, Wookie, and Theta, it could spell an unfortunate end, because they can enter in through the basement of the objective building and get that cap from inside, well protected from James Boak or Monarchid. So I don't anticipate Mayhem would let that many people go down without rotating defense a little bit where they could. However, there is a little bit of a flaw in that.
Drunk Drummer here. I mean, we're laying down right next to him here, looking down the barrel of his gun, more or less.
Of course my tracking starts with
He's got ID'd Potato Bot in that northwest HQ building, and he's got him dead to rights in that window, peeking every now and again, but he's missed the shots, had a bit of a tracking issue there with the headset that forced him to not take that third shot. But Potato Bot is definitely in danger here. You see the laser just
dancing over his
just
window.
perfectly placed, waiting for that head to pop up into it. And Potato Bot, I mean, he's going to take one peek and it'll be his last.
Well, maybe not. Drunk Jumper will start to kind of slowly position himself and out angle. Oh, nope. He's just getting a little bit more elevation. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the advantage there. I don't believe Potato Bot's got that long range scope. So we're going to leave them to their fight. And we'll check in with Stay Calm and Diesel here in the middle, as well as Hondo on the northeast. Now, another thing to note is these teams are playing without smokes. You haven't seen them. They're still temporarily out of the league as they undergo some adjustments, but Downfall, definitely a challenging map when you don't get that smoke coverage, that smoke confusion. And that's, I think, one of the reasons we're seeing such a Volk-sided advantage here. At least the argument can be made that that is one of the reasons we're seeing that. Potato Bot manages to find Drunk Drummer in an interesting turn of events for the person who had the sniper scope trained on them, and the Volk kills are coming in left and right. James finding Diesel there in the last one. That center push absolutely dismantled Raz. Now one of the only ones left, along with Hondo there in the northeast.
Yeah, this will be an interesting to see how they manage to try and coordinate this push here. Drunk Drummer is down, so he will be able to still provide some call-outs, though. His vision's going to be quite limited now that he doesn't have that 12x, and Wookie going to grab Hondo and really limit the options here for Steel Team Bravo as the minute ticks away and we approach 30 seconds left. Raz is close enough to make a play happen here, but he has got a lot to do before that happens.
Got a ton of work to do. He's got 5 people's worth of work to do.
At least 3, but a max 5. He can get the back 3, or he could possibly just somehow do Potato Bot squeeze in, but it's very unlikely. And the grenade comes out from Wookie. Will it go off in time? It does!
Fantastic.
Wookie grabs the frag onto Raz, and Mayhem grab the advantage on the map.
There it is. They continue to hold on. Wookie with the 7 kills. James with 6. Meanwhile, Drunk Drummer with 5. And there's definitely some points under Hondo and Stay Calm's names, but they've had that mid-round reset, which is why we're not seeing them there. But a good round so far. Let's see if we can take a look at that round-ending frag from Wookie. A nice little toss from the backside of the objective building. Finds its target and gives Mayhem that point. Now it's going to be SEAL Team Bravo. They got to hold on to the Volk, but then it is the all-important Marsoc round. They couldn't get that center push in this time, so I don't know that you can really push through the mid of this map. Like, I'm kind of watching them do this, and it doesn't feel like that is going to be a good approach. There just isn't enough cover from cross to cross for you to be able to make any sort of maneuverable play unless you have some really substantial suppressing fire.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to suppressive fire, and I've been seeing a little bit of a lack of that here today, but to be fair, you're a lot more spread out on Downfall, so suppressive fire can be a bit harder to coordinate correctly because just firing somewhere isn't necessarily suppressing the right thing. You need to make sure that you're suppressing the right areas. Like you can see there, the shots coming out from, I'm not sure, one of the Mayhem members, but they're looking at specific places. They're looking at specific spots. They're not just simply firing in a direction. Now, in certain cases, yeah, you can fan fire and spray out back and forth like your Tony Montana and Scarface, but that's not really effective suppressive fire. You really need to be focused in specific areas, locations that you either know or are places that you might anticipate someone being.
Yeah, I'm looking around now.
James there doing the bulk of the suppressing early on, checking for the windows, looking to see if there's any peekers, but SEAL Team Bravo equally as adept in their defenses on this map, not having a problem tucking in early, getting to their spots, knowing their angles. I mean, that is why they're here. That is why they're in this top 7 play, and neither team giving the other one any leeway whatsoever. Drunk Drummer here is going to be tucked in. I don't know if it's ID'd or if he just happened to find himself a little bit of pressure, but stay calm. Going to find the first pick onto Potato Bot. Just a down. Rez will come out there, and that is going to put Mayhem back to 5. James, Potato, and Mono here at the East Red Truck building. They're kind of pinned. They don't have a lot of options to go. I mean, Hondo and Stay Calm both have eyes on this position to cross. It's going to be up to Wookie and Theta, the casting super team down in the south there, to put a little bit of suppressing fire, draw some eyes away from the upstairs here, but they're not drawing away Stay Calm as he finds James Boak pushing out, and that is the captain out for Mayhem, leaving just 4 with 2 and change minutes left here. I mean, this is what we've been seeing this every round, right? I mean, it's just the Volt gets those 1 or 2 picks, and then the offense has to adjust, and it's just so difficult to adjust on this map. Drunk Drummer there with the shots onto Theta. Long range. Mayhem down to 3.
So what I'm really interested in is how Potato Bot and Monarchid plan to make this attack without any sort of effective coverage. They'd be lucky to make the cross, let alone the actual attack onto the objective here from this positioning. Honestly,
Hey, if you're gonna go, I can.
considering the suspension of the smokes currently,
Let me
the
know.
way that SEAL Team Bravo was approaching was probably more effective. You know, come from the south, you have better coverage to bound between. You also can duck into, you know, the building itself and protect yourself during a cap, whereas you cannot from the approach that they're currently going for. So if Monarchy can get the shot onto Raz...
I think that might have been bit of a bug issue there that we have seen in the past with Prone. The gun model there potentially killing Mono. I mean, who knows? Just conjecture from the casters here. But that is going to leave 2 left in the round. Just Potato Bot and Wookie with roughly 60 seconds left to try to put something together. Potato Bot getting into a pretty good position here. This is actually kind of a...
If you could just slow down a little bit. Just
Yes.
stop making a little bit of noise every now and then.
I mean, he's in a decent position. Drunk Drummer, though, IDs him a little too squirrely there by the helicopter bungalow, and that's going to leave just Wookie. We're going to ride along with here in the final moments. He's going to drop the M203 into the window, but not going to actually find its way inside, and that's going to leave him with 35 seconds. And not a lot of options as he has to push into the objective and right into the defense that is tucked in and waiting for him here.
Saw him run in, and there it is. Hondo picks up the headshot onto Wookie. We pick up yet another Volk round, and Mayhem goes into the final round of this first map, round 7. You know, Noman, I wouldn't be surprised if we see round 7 after round 7 after round 7 today until we're finished.
I mean, it is a very almost expected outcome because you know there is no team that is just going to give up, and especially with a 2-map format. You know what it's like on the 3rd map. You usually see teams deflate or give up, especially if they haven't won the first 2. But here you don't have that. You only have 2 maps. You have to play absolutely 110% the entire time. Does not matter what it is, because more than once we have had the score come down to 1 game, to the last game of the series, to the last match of the series. So it's not over until it's over, and I think a lot of teams really recognize that, and we're going to see that level of effort throughout the day, throughout the weekend, really.
Yeah, this whole weekend is just going to be action-packed with nothing but play like this. I mean, maybe not Downfall, for example. I mean, maybe it'll be smaller maps tomorrow in that group, or even in the later rounds today. But even this one, as slow as you may see it, is actually quite full of action and quite anticipated play here for this postseason. And we're getting into it. It's the final round. It's round 7. Mayhem is on the defense, hoping to just secure a quick and easy defensive win, but we'll have to see.
Now, SEAL Team Bravo, I mean, they've been getting closer and closer, I feel like, throughout this match.
True.
They have been getting into the right positions. They've been getting the picks. We'll see if this is one of them. They're going for a bit more of a direct approach, which I kind of like. I like that center pressure right out the gate onto the objective. Hondo here going to be looking for Wookiee in this center hotel, and it's a good possibility he might find him if Wookiee gets a little peeky on those front windows. Stay calm as well, looking for these window shots if he can find them. But the Mayhem defense pretty tucked in on objective.
Diesel's still hanging out back here in the spawn. He's now rotating off. I think he's trying to just spot out any possibilities or maybe any late defensive rotations. But so far, doesn't seem like he's been able to really gather much intel. Maybe a couple of those initial round rotations.
It's trying to find a different angle. Maybe get a pick in here, but really nobody exposed to this this northeastern side. You know, this north hotel is so dangerous. It's got so many different windows and corridors that you can sort of peek out from on both upstairs and downstairs. It's not something defenders will often challenge.
Still 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Nothing but rotations and movement here from SEAL Team Bravo so far. They, of course, not want to give away their positioning too early. And as I say that, Honda going to let shots out towards that center hotel. Or actually, sorry, towards that brothel building behind. Or as it's so called, the brothel building. But no one's going to be there. It's just some defensive check fire, making sure no one's there waiting to ambush them as they cross through these open passages.
If we're taking a look at the positions that are sort of covered, Theta's watching over that southeast area. Mono's got a bit of the northeast, but the aggressive northeast, but the ones coming out from Center Hotel down towards Crater, so they're not going to spot Diesel just yet. Potato watching out towards the west, James watching south, and Wookiee's kind of just the pin in the middle. He's going to be the guy who rotates on a dime, right? He can pop out and sort of shoot in any direction as needed. And so the coverage isn't here for Diesel, Stay Calm, and Hondo's push. They're going to be, they're going to be picked up as they approach the objective. Nobody actively watching the way that they're coming in right now, and that is why they're getting this close on this side. It's going to be all reactive coverage from Potato Bot and James to try to pick up these 3 members of MARSOC.
Yeah, Diesel so far doing a great job managing this speed, staying low, making sure not to kind of give himself or any of his other attackers away. Of course, Hondo, having already fired, will have somewhat done that already, but not in this particular approach case. James Boak will find a nice headshot on the Drunk Drummer across the map there in the South Ridge exit. Go ahead and keep firing this for some confirmation. And meanwhile, Diesel gets a free bit of coverage audio that he can use to sneak up on the building.
It's a lot of communication coming out from this Mayhem team, and right now, Hondo's.
They're moving.
There it is. Hondo's footsteps ID'd their Diesel, trying to tell Hondo to slow it down. He was creeping up here, but the shot's coming in. Mono able to react off of that and finds one. The pressure now coming in. Hondo and Stay Calm on both sides of this building. Going to be pinned in by Mono. Hondo peek in the corner, doesn't find love there. Meanwhile, Raz pushing Center Hotel. Going to trade with Wookiee here in just a few moments. Stay Calm looking for the outside. Is Mono going to find the pressure? Raz Still rotating with
back on the
Wookie. There it is. He does find Mono.
And then gets traded out with a Wookiee there. Wookiee also going to be able to pick up Raz now. Stay Calm going to be the last member of SEAL Team Bravo as he is pushing his way up towards the objective building. He's got his work cut out for him, though. He's got Theta inside. He's got Wookiee right there in the center hotel, and that is going to be it. Mayhem pick up their 4th point and the first map here in the series of 2.
Was a fantastic series. We went blow for blow. Wookiee, 10 kills. James with 7. Drunk Drummer, 7 on the SEAL Team Bravo side. 3 for Hondo, 2 for Diesel and Raz as well. So a pretty solid showing there. But we went blow for blow in the Volk situation.
Literally.
I mean, really just, well, yeah,
Literally.
one after the other. And Mayhem able to continually hold, it's hard to take anything away from either team there, really, because the defense rules in this current meta on Downfall, right? Less time means faster movement by the offense, means less rotations required by the defense, less smoke coverage. It is a very Volk favored map, and that is a good example of what happens when two teams go at it. I am interested to see what map we're going to see next. Sleepy, any predictions on what the map that we're going to see? And also I want to see them in the chat as well.
I'm not going to make any calls for predictions on the next map because I really couldn't tell. I mean, we know that Subway's been banned and Suburbia have been banned, so those two quite unlikely. Both of these teams are very effective at cargo, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see cargo come out. I also wouldn't be surprised to see a Bazaar come out. I think SEAL Team Bravo may shy away from quarantine after that downfall play. Mayhem does have a strong defense, kind of map, independent. It really doesn't matter. Mayhem has a strong defense for just about every map and every objective, but it looks like with that new lobby, new map, we might be seeing a lobby rehost here. So we'll be getting that back to everybody here in a moment once we find out for ourselves what will be going on with that lobby information.
Yeah. We're going to throw to just a brief intermission while we get set up on this next map, so put your predictions in while you wait, and we'll be back probably before the timer expires, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gents, we're back. We had a little lobby shuffle there, but we are back in. We have our map chosen. So if your map to guess was Quarantine, then you get a shiny a penny from me next time you see me in real life. So bank that, keep those up here
Bring
because
your loafers, folks.
if you're short a penny for anything, I'll have that for you. Quarantine's going to be our second map for this first round of play, and I'm not going to make you do predictions, Sleepy, but I am going to ask you, are we going to see the same sort of slow, methodical play here, or do you think they're going to start using these sort of, relatively speaking, newer setups in Quarantine to apply early pressure? We're going to see a shift in gameplay from either of these teams.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we will see a gameplay. I don't think we'll see a total shift. I don't think every round will just be bang, boom, we're rushing at it, we're going at it full force, guns blazing, no stop to fire, only to reload type of stuff. But we will see some more pacing changes here on this map, because this map, Quarantine, does allow for that. There's more coverage, there's more covered routes, there's more protected routes that you can take. There's better spawns in some cases. So, I mean, we'll have to see exactly how they utilize the change in tempos to affect their team, their opponents. But I'm expecting at least Mayhem to change things up. And right away, we get the quick spawn for the ambulance objective. So we could be seeing action here very early in the round. James Spoke going to be trying to take a look for the early pressure from the defense, but he does see one going upstairs in the South Hospital building.
Tatobot and Mono here, the tip of the spear on the approach. Diesel's got a nice little angle out towards the side. I wonder if he was using that doorway or not. He would have been able to see Potato and Mono here applying this pressure, but now the gunfire coming in hot. Call out coming in from Mono about Stay Calm's position as he continues to apply a little bit of pressure there, but he's got one in hospital as the call out, but there are definitely more than one in there as Raz and Diesel tucked in on the inside, making sure they've got full coverage from the outside of these buildings. And this is what we were talking about, these new positions, these new windows, giving a lot of defensive coverage.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at the pacing at which Mayhem is coming out of that spawn. You have an opportunity to grab a lot of real estate and get into some early positioning here with that spawn, even if you just push out to, say, the center, what used to be burning building there in the center. But they've slowed it up. The only real aggressive push was here into the gas station, and I think that was mostly for intel more than anything. As you can see, not a lot of motion has been going on since then. Potato Bot's gained a little bit of ground, but he's only looking for angles. He's still just trying to find Stay Calm, and now he's let the LMG loose. He's trying to get him out, and Stay Calm's just trying to take a few peek shots.
There's a guy in the far back
Just
corner. I hope
back and forth here with the shots, not finding any love yet. 5 on both sides. 2 minutes have ticked away.
on my screen.
But Mayhem is getting set up. You see them kind of shifting onto our screen there. Wookie and Theta in the far east finally getting set up. I think that is why we saw that pacing difference, is they've been waiting for them to get into position, create that pincer maneuver here that you can see. They got the 2-1-2 with the split.
Press a little bit. Not.
James looks like he's ready with a frag here, and there it is. Frag coming out. Will it make it in the window? No, but really, at least on my side.
Yeah, very close to that window toss. Raz getting the flash out there, thinking that was a little closer than it was. Gets suppressed a little bit for his troubles. Now James finding the cross there. Diesel, though, with the first pick of the day on Quarantine. On to Mono there. The res going to be challenging, but possible. He's covered from Raz right now, but Diesel, he's kind of tucked in on the inside there. He's peeking
nope,
up.
this is going to be... Oh, and Diesel looks away just at the wrong moment. Potato Bot manages to pick up Monarch hit, and now things are on. A frag comes out. Will it make it the distance? It does not. Monarch hit able to pull, or Potato Bot able to pull away just in time.
Oh, and this pressure here on the backside. We're going to zoom over to Hondo here, who is not going to expect Wookie on the backside. His laser's trained right on him. He just doesn't see him over the top of this little hill here. I mean, it is literally inches saving Hondo's life, but Hondo is so focused on the pressure coming in from the center, he's not going to spot this out. Meanwhile, James Boak does finally find Raz in that first floor window. That's going to give Mono and Potato a lot of brazen, moxie to try to get into the hospital. And that could be dangerous because Drunk Drummer and Stay Calm still very much a threat as Stay Calm there showing off. Mono does manage to find that pick.
On the push. He gets winged by Drunk Drummer. Now Hondo spots it out, but nobody realizes James Boak has an open path to the objective. Now he's here on it with pad out. He's going for the cap. This looks like a Mayhem win, and there it is, just as fast as we can say it. James Boak has captured the objective, grabbed 2 points for Mayhem, and take a commanding lead here on Quarantine.
That right there is exactly why we saw that pacing slowness in the beginning for Mayhem, right? They needed to get that pressure from two sides. They needed to cause that confusion. It was just enough to get James in towards that objective. We'll take a look at it here on the instant replay. You see Wookie there finding the back of Hondo after he deals with the Theta pressure, but not enough as the rest of the Mayhem offense crashed in, applied that pressure, and James with the quick punch of those 7 numbers in gets Mayhem 2 points here and the first cap of the day, at least on this channel, here in this Mayhem SEAL Team Bravo match. What a series so far.
Yeah, excellent stuff there from the Mayhem team and from James Boak. I mean, that was a lightning fast cap there. And honestly, I'm surprised Theta wasn't taken down a little quicker as he pushed out. I mean, Drunk Drummer had spotted him. And he managed to stay alive there for quite a moment there before Hondo picked him up. But either way, a great play there. And, you know, it was a really solid defense from SEAL Team Bravo. I mean, the only exception being that they really didn't have anyone on that front side to protect from the sneak in through the ambulance. I mean, Raz was their kind of their sole line of defense for that north side of the objective. And that you just cannot have that with ambulance. You need somebody somewhere with a sight line to that corner, because once they get around that corner and tuck in, if they're a fast capper, it's pretty much the end of the route.
Well, it's the start of this round as Mayhem goes to their defensive round here and is definitely thinking, hey, let's get this to a 3-0 lead early, but SEAL Team Bravo wants a cap of their own. I don't think they're going to let this one slide, and they're going to apply
Doubtful.
Every last bit of effort they've got into trying to get in range of that cap. And we'll see who comes out on top here as round 2 gets underway.
We'll see if they happen to utilize any sort of early strategy, any early peak advantage. Diesel going to be the tip of the spear on the push this time. He's looking for any advanced positions, but just like SEAL Team Bravo, Mayhem not taking any sort of chances. With the only exception being they've got James Boak in a position like we talked about, just north of that objective, making sure nobody's just going to sneak in. And Raz going to be able to snag Theta early on with a nice clean headshot, and Mayhem already down to 4.
That's a fantastic headshot. Very long range into the hospital there is going to leave Mayhem with just 4 to go. That dream of starting 3-0 is going down already. Drunk Drummer applying the pressure onto Wookie, tucks in just in time. Not losing his life. Otherwise, that could have spelled disaster. I mean, that is a lot of people to lose within the first minute if you drop 2. So, good on Wookie for evading those shots.
I like Moderkid's flank that he pulled here. He pushed east off the spawn, went far east, wrapped around through the center, and went through the parking garage to come up into the tank courtyard here. And it's a nice position that, if unchecked, could actually come in behind the offense from the center and push west towards Stay Calm and the gang in the gas station and really lock them down. His only problem is there is a flanker on the SEAL Team Bravo side with Hondo, who's far in the northeast, and he's going to be looking to get some justice of his own.
There's a lot of commitment to this western push, and there comes the gunfire pressure, but James with the quick response. Drunk Drummer going down. That's the long-range shooter right there being out. Mono putting a little bit of pressure on to Stay Calm and Diesel there as well. Looks like Stay Calm receiving the brunt of that fire. Diesel rotating now off of those sounds. Going to try to find Mono in that center courtyard. He's getting that elevated position. The grenade, meanwhile, coming dangerously close to Stay Calm. Almost missed it there. But now he's looking for...
Mono's going to have to... Monarch's going to have to be careful for Hondo. Hondo sneaking up behind him now through the parking garage.
He is.
One at gas station area. Just tucking.
Shots coming out. Potato Bot does manage to grab Raz in the gas station. That's going to leave a 4v3 for us here. Hondo could find the top of Mono's head, but Mono's tucked in a really tight little spot here, waiting for Stay Calm to make a little peek. That's going to make it difficult for Hondo to find it, but he's going to rotate just in time. Hondo's got the advantage here. He's not going to be ready for him, and there it is, Diesel.
Ooh.
Almost. Yeah, I mean, that was as close as it could get. Mono definitely not prepared for that flank by Hondo. A nice little toss there of a frag. Not gonna down James. The defense stays 3-3. James looking for Hondo. The pressure comes in, but James wins out in that trade.
Yeah, solid play there from James. Didn't get too excited. Came around the corner firing. And manages to pick up Hondo as he approaches in an aggressive attempt at the objective. Now Diesel, they're looking towards the center, hoping to maybe take a shot, take a peek at James, get a better idea of where he is. Oh, he takes a quick look. He might spot Diesel. He does. James Boak picks up the kill. So Team Bravo now left with just Stay Calm, who's quietly approaching the western side of the hospital warehouse here.
Just shooting the shoot right now.
Potato Bot should have this angle pretty well covered with Wookie backing him up. This should be open and shut here, and it is Mayhem take the round 3-0 on Quarantine as they pull ahead on SEAL Team Bravo.
Yeah, that is exactly what Mayhem wanted, and that was, I mean, the pressure was there from SEAL Team Bravo. The disjointed push, I think, is what set them back there, right? We had Hondo putting the pressure on the objective there nice and early, but Stay Calm wasn't in a position to support him. He couldn't help him with James. There was no suppressing fire coming in, and I think that is what ultimately cost them that round. But a nice offensive setup in the first place, just not quite enough to get them that round win. And now they have got to put as much pressure as they can onto this Mayhem offense and the subsequent rounds as well, if they want a chance at getting this second map and going 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, well, luckily for SEAL Team Bravo, we do have one of the more difficult objectives of the map coming up. We have that East HQ objective. It's a well-protected objective. Now, it is a bit more susceptible to attack than it once was with the addition of some new routes and some new coverage across the map. However, it's still very defensive favorable, and SEAL Team Bravo can definitely manage to pull out a round here and keep from getting washed in this particular map of this series. But right now Mayhem is looking strong. That coordination is looking good, and you know, they're no strangers to the postseason. Mayhem, I believe, winning the wild card, if not last season, 2 seasons ago, and have been in postseason just about every season since their inception. So it's a tough team, and SEAL Team Bravo is the newest team. You know, like we said, the dark horse, the underdog for today's event, and that's no fault of their own. They're just new. They're still getting things together. They're still getting synchronized and coordinated, and you can see there's still a little bit of work to go in that front. But overall, they're still an effective team. You know, they didn't get to where they're ranked by not winning games.
Yeah, exactly. They've put up some fantastic numbers against great teams this season, and I am I'm interested to see how the rest of the rounds go, right? Because one of these 3 rounds that these teams are going to play today does not make or break anything just yet. We said it already. It goes down to that last round. It goes down to the last minutes in most cases. And we are now going to take a look at what this round has in store as round 3 kicks off. SEAL Team Bravo on the defense for East HQ. Mayhem getting that northwest spawn.
They're gonna be slow and they're gonna try to get in there.
Say this is probably the spawn that Mayhem is going to want for this particular objective. I mean, you want to have some type of control or eyes on that north, or at least a pathing, because you've got to have someone able to clear that north hotel if you want to try and approach from any other angles, because that north hotel proves to be a very effective line of defense for this East HQ with its elevated positions in those upper hotel rooms. They've
got a good spread here. 3-2, a pretty common. They tend to go 3-2 to a 2-1-2 throughout the matches. They split one off of the three to find a new angle as to approach from an offside position, but looks like SEAL Team Bravo set up in some pretty good spots. Nothing too off meta. Drunk Drummer, the resident long-range man, upstairs. Stay Calm and Raz on objective. Hondo and Diesel in the back, and Monorkid gonna make the first mistake for Mayhem this round as he unfortunately team kills there. And that is a breakdown in communication. That is not knowing where your teammate is going to be. That's a plain and simple.
What's a shame is PotatoBot and James just actually, displayed a good sense of communication with your team. As PotatoBot approached James's position, there was chatter between them. They knew who was coming up on them. They knew, what the plan was from that moment going forward. Like, okay, James is going to be here. You just kind of stay down and watch this. And then that, unfortunately, wasn't passed along to Monorkid. And I'm honestly a little surprised Monorkid grabbed that shot because he is using the magnifier. So I would have anticipated him to be able to distinguish the,
small crack in the wall,
camouflage in this particular case. But, things do happen. Shaders sometimes don't shade. Shaders be shading.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, even on caster cam, it looks like he's wearing a black helmet. So no, it's likely not always through the fault of your own there. PotatoBot looking scavenge a little bit of equipment there from his fallen teammate. Mono now under pressure as he crawls through, but Diesel persistent in the shots will find the pick onto Mono. Confirmation comes out.
Oh, and I was just about to say Theta and Wookie now able to push out here in the northeast fairly well. But just as I say that, Theta pushes out and Hondo grabs a pick. Mayhem down to 2. And yeah, it looks like SEAL Team Bravo is going to be wrapping up this first point on the map with a nice little bow on it for themselves. But we still have 2 minutes left in the map, so we'll have to see how it plays out. Wookie definitely aware of the position of the defenders as he stares at the hotel, trying to see if he can spot out a helmet or anything he can pick. But right now, he's got nothing.
It's not going to be an easy cross to make, regardless of whether or not he's got a teammate. But now he knows. He knows that window is covered. It's just Potato and Wookie on the approach. 2 minutes left. 2 members of Mayhem. 5 members of the defense. SEAL Team Bravo putting the foot down, saying that's it. You don't get any more free points off of us.
Yeah, well, I mean, a cap is a really hard wake-up call to get on the very first round of the map, and that can be really discombobulating and can really mess up your morale and get your team in a slump that's hard to recover from. You really got to pull up hard sometimes on that stick to pull out of that dive. But so far they've done well. I mean, the rounds since, they haven't just been washes. It's not been obvious that they've given up or anything of the sort. Now Stay Calm with shots on the PotatoBot as he peeks out, but it's not going to matter. Stay Calm grabs the kill. PotatoBot is resable, but it's unlikely Wookie going to be able to make it to that position without catching fire of his own. Diesel calling out positions now. Wookie looking up in that direction, but again, a tough road ahead of him. Raz going to find those confirmation shots to take PotatoBot out of the equation now. It's all up to Wookie. 50 seconds left on the clock for him as he's here, just meters shy of the objective, but oh, so far away. Diesel now going to pick him up, and that's going to be at SEAL Team Bravo. Pick up their first round very cleanly here on Quarantine.
And his points on the board, and points do matter. We have not, I don't think we've actually called that out, but the amount of score you get and the amount your opponent gets does matter in this series. So keeping the games close has a double effect. Even if you're not going to win, you still need to put the points up because it could affect your ranking in the end. So SEAL Team Bravo getting on the board, got to be happy about that. Now they're going into an offensive round. And I mean, at this stage, I mean, if this was you, Sleepy, are you thinking cap? I mean, like, are you planning for the cap, or are you just trying to go for kills as a SEAL Team Bravo team?
I mean, I don't know. If you're asking me as me, I'm going for the cap. That's it, hands down. I'm going for the cap. I mean, that's always my goal as a player, is to go for that cap above all else. The kills happen. I mean, you're going to find defenders as you make your way towards that objective. Sometimes you don't. I mean, sometimes you just find that miracle route that works and you just run right through that defense and you're on the objective and you manage to get a cap in like a sneaky ninja. But, yeah, I mean, I'm always going for the cap when it comes to Marsoc rounds. Yes, getting the kills works, but, I mean, it doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, for me, I would be telling my team, you know, let's just focus on getting the win. Whatever that looks like. If it's a kill win, if it's a cap win, it doesn't matter. I don't want to stick my neck too far out. I don't want to sacrifice players early in a situation where, you know, we're do or die. And so
Sure.
I'm curious to see how, you know, to use the expression, hard in the paint, we're going to see SEAL Team Bravo go here on this offense.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I mean, I'm pretty sure Mayhem, they're going to lock this objective down. There's been a lot of practice on this objective for them, I'm sure. They are not one team to let map changes be a reason why they lose a particular map. So they should be ready for all the various new routes and things, as we saw from them a few, you know, newer non-meta defensive positions on some typical objectives. So I mean, I'll be interested to see. But we see here SEAL Team Bravo, as you mentioned, going hard in the paint here. 4 down the center up top. We'll see if they break down low, but looks like we've got at least Monarchid down there waiting. Potato Bot in the center building at the tank courtyard. And 2 going to rush into the tunnel, but Monarchid's going to grab 1. Hondo going to make it down with his life, but will he be able to pick up Monarchid? It's real dark down there. Very difficult to see those Volk players. The flashbangs, or the flashes coming out from the muzzle of Monarchid's rifle will help the offense be able to locate him. But he's in a tough pickle here. He's going to find another one with Hondo. He's got a 3rd one down there. Will he be able to find Diesel as well? He's going to get a bit aggressive now as he pushes up. The laser's coming across, but Diesel going to get the advantage. And he's going to go down. Monarchid not too happy about it. Diesel thinking he got the confirmation, but he does not. Monarchid giving out a little bit more information here.
He's dead.
Diesel
Potobot,
still not
meanwhile,
getting the confirmation.
Grabbing Drunk Drummer up top, and SEAL Team Bravo dropping like flies here. Diesel ID'd by Potato Bot just by audio, and now it is up to the 2 remaining members of the offense. You've got Raz out by the armored trucks there, where we saw Wookiee last round trying to bring it back, and Diesel and Mono. Mono should be calling out Diesel like just nonstop at this stage.
I think he's trying to pace himself so that way he still gives the info, but Diesel maybe doesn't hear it and leaves him alive longer, and you just keep giving the information out. Because, I mean, the more and more you talk, eventually Diesel will be like, oh, that confirmation didn't work. I'm not just hearing a glitch. Because then, yep, see, there it is. Diesel finally goes for the double tap, and James Boak there and ready to get the refrag, and it's down to just 1 member. And that man is all by himself, Raz, one of the founding brothers of SEAL Team Bravo, and the only remaining of those 3 brothers, I should add, here for SEAL Team Bravo. And he's here by himself in the Northeast, and he's got a lot of work cut out for him.
I want to highlight in that instant replay, Mono waited for the last moment. As soon as James pushed down that ramp, he called out to your right at the car. I mean, he saved that call out right for the last moment, and James able to get that kill. They were calling out a nice job to Mono. I did want to highlight that. That's exactly what you were saying. He was waiting to utilize that call out, so he didn't get confirmed again, and it worked out quite nicely for him. But yes, right now, round 1 all sits on the shoulders of Raz. This is the kind of pressure we were talking about early on. This is what you feel when you're in the game. It's all riding on you. You got to try and keep your team alive in the series. He's got 4 members of the defense to try to take out here. I mean, this is as much pressure as you could possibly have, but we have seen crazier things happen. I think last week we saw a 1v3 clutch for a round win happen in one of the matches in the Challenger Cup Group A stage, so anything can happen here. We're gonna ride along with Raz, see how he opts to make this final approach.
He's got a good idea. I mean, from where he's at, he's making the right move to make the approach. He's fairly well protected from Hotel. Eventually, that will be an issue for him too. But his biggest problem in making the cross over to the objective location, which is currently, not really being watched, as in there's nobody directly on that building. He could get in there if he manages to squeak by, but it's just so very unlikely that will happen, considering the defensive cross watch And there it is, Theta looking over at the last moment to see Raz in his prone position, grabs Mayhem the map and the second map win, the series win, with a nice 4-1 lead. So a great series there from both teams. I mean, really just going back and forth the entire time. I mean, obviously downfall a slugfest to round 7, and there, you know, we still made it up to round 5, or I'm sorry, round 6, before we finally had a winner determined. And a cap off the first round, again, can be very deflating to a team. So we'll see as the day goes on if SEAL Team Bravo, of course, bounce back from that. But Noman, your thoughts on that series?
I mean, that was fantastic play from both sides. They had very interesting Marsoc strategies that I had not seen. This is exactly what I expect to see in the postseason, is Marsoc strategies you don't expect to see. We saw some that were refined. We saw others that definitely need a little bit more work. Overall, I think both teams played the hell out of those rounds. I don't think any of those were gimmies. No one gave up in those. You know, I mean, it's exactly the level of championship play I expect to see. And we're obviously going to be keeping an eye on both of these teams throughout the series. I believe our next series is Mayhem BossFight, if I'm not mistaken. But we are, I think, still waiting on a round to wrap. So what we're going to do is we're going to reset here on the casting side. We're going to go check in with the teams as we get set up. So we're going to throw you guys to a relatively brief intermission. And we will be back as soon as we are ready for that next game. So keep an eye on the countdown timer. I'll do my best to make sure it stays updated. If you're in venues, go charge that headset. This is the time. Plug that sucker in and tune back in 10-15 minutes and see if we're back live. Otherwise, stay tuned with us in Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. And thank you guys so far. We've been watching the chat. Thank you for your support. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. The intermission was not brief, but doesn't matter because we're back and we're getting ready for our next round. I'm going to get set up here for our discussions because the teams are discussing their lobby hosting strategy. So we're going to discuss the ban strategies. Sleepy, Mayhem's ban, give it to the folks at home.
Yes, so Mayhem's ban will be Suburbia, so no short-range Lonely Viper Sniper today. And from Scooby and the gang at BossFight, they are banning Cargo. So two of our smallest maps off the board. So we're looking long-range here today. I'm thinking Bazaar, I'm thinking Quarantine, or Downfall. Those are my three maps, but more than likely, I'm thinking Quarantine and Downfall.
Well, the first map is up, and it is an interesting one. It is the one that was banned in the last series that we cast with Mayhem, and it is going to be Subway. Subway is the first choice here for Mayhem, who does appear to be opting to pick the map. So we are, it is their map choice, and so, you know, interestingly, was banned by SEAL Team Bravo in that last series, and I think an apt ban. You know, I wonder what it is that makes them so scary. C4s aren't back in play, right? That made Mayhem very dangerous on this map. There's no smokes still, right? There are Vogue drones, however. But outside of that, I mean, I don't know. It's really grenades, right? It's placement of grenades. It's coordination. Yeah. It's the way they make the approach. That's what makes them a threat on this map. And I feel like BossFight kind of equals them there. I don't know if that's just me, but yeah, I feel like they're not. It's not a disparate, spread between skill levels on this map. What do you know, who do you think is going to be the bigger threat? Who do you think we're going to see that level of aggression and pressure come from the most out of these two teams?
I'd say for chances at most aggression, I'd probably go with BossFight, to be honest, because Lonely Viper is a wild card. Scooby is good at making a lot of on-the-field calls and changing things up, to include getting a little risky sometimes. He himself has gone on many a successful flank, so you really can't count out the unpredictability of BossFight at just about any point in time. So I'd say that you're more apt to see wanton aggression from, well, not wanton aggression, but aggression nonetheless from BossFight here, more so than Mayhem. However, like you said, I feel that these teams are quite equally matched, maybe different in pacing, but we should be seeing kind of what we saw with Downfall in our first series here, where we go to probably around 7 decider.
Yeah, I do have a feeling it's going to be relatively blow for blow, but I'm going to say we're going to see caps here. I feel like we're going to see at least one, but most likely two, possibly, you know, back to back, you know, like the trading of caps between these teams. Because I feel like both teams really have the strategies for getting close to the objective and applying the correct amount of pressure and in the right places at the right time to get their members in already. Mayhem's got a cap under their belt for that first round against SEAL Team Bravo. They managed to punch the code in on Quarantine, and I think they've got what it takes to do it here on Subway. But BossFight definitely gonna bring that same A game here and punish Mayhem if they're not prepared, if they don't have their defense all lined up. So I think it's gonna be a pretty good one. Honestly, the series so far, all the games so far have been fantastic to watch. If you've been tuned into this channel, either on venues or on Twitch or any of the other platforms, or to Onward VRML, to the G-Men boss fight match that happened in that first round. It's been a banger. It's been a good one to watch, and there's plenty more still coming. We've got this round. We've got one more after this where we're going to bring you the results of the boss fight SEAL Team Bravo match that's going to be happening here, as well as Mayhem and G-Men happening on Onward VRML. And then later today, 4 Pacific, 7 Eastern, we're going to be giving you the Challenger Cup final, which will decide that 4th team that goes on to the Group E stage tomorrow and fights for one of the 4 spots in the semifinals next week. So lots of Onward, lots of action, and perfectly timed as the rounds start for this first round of Subway. Let's get underway here as the defense boss fight look to hold against Mayhem on the offense.
Go to cup one.
That's the
Viper,
side
if
they're
there's
going to be
people
on.
above you, face
Yes.
above you, don't get
Yep, Mayhem going to be trying to push out straight away. They're going to send 3 down the tunnels. As you mentioned in round 1, when they were up against SEAL Team Bravo, they like to run either a 3-2 or a 2-2-1 split. And so far, we're seeing that 3-2 split right here. I wouldn't be surprised, though, to see one of those 3 in that group going downstairs break off. But for now, Wookie and Theta up top.
Waiting for these south stairs. They're going to have to deal with 35, and he's in a tucked-in position. Huge advantage at the bottom of those stairs. He's going to have that angle locked down. They're going to need some form of coordination to get down these stairs together and not both get downed as a result. I'm going to check back in here with Lonely Viper on the platform 2 stairs, as Mono and Potato Bot have opted to shift past this stairwell, not challenge Lonely Viper on it. Only James tucked in just below. They are looking towards the sub-basement entrance. See how that works out for them. Let's check back in with Wookie and Theta.
Not much progress to report there. You've got Wookie being very cautious here as he pushes down the stairwell, and for good reason. You've got 35 just down there taking a defensive positioning behind those soda machines, and they're not going to be giving up any room anytime soon.
If he gets peeky, and this is exactly what Wookie's looking for, right? He's got that angle. If 35 just gets a little too peeky, and there it is. Wookie does come out. It does come out as a timing-based problem, right? I mean, that is all timing. 35 didn't have the angle locked. He just decided to look out for it, and that is going to be the first pick going the way of Mayhem. Our Lonely Viper and James Boak here trading a little conversation. James with a nice check nade there. Perfect airburst out of the tunnel. Lonely Viper ready with that flaming Molotov on the chest.
Now, he doesn't burn himself, I don't know.
Well, it's a cold flame. You see Death, meanwhile, getting Potato Bot downstairs. He is due the callouts. He didn't hear Mono pushing until far too late. Mono gets the refrag. Nice and easy. Idle, meanwhile, does Get the re-frag on Monarchid, and we're trading blow for blow here. 3 members on both teams remaining. Let's check in with Lonely Viper and James. Oh, the Molotov's coming out. Oh, he's looking for it. Oh, it doesn't go down the stairs. And the frag comes in and finds Lonely Viper instead. The trade back and forth, well tossed.
Well cooked is a better descriptor. I mean,
Perfectly cooked.
Any longer and Viper might have just been able to escape, but I mean, let's not belittle the area denial and the pathway denial that Viper has now held James to now for at least 30 to 40. I don't even know the burn time on the Molotovs. Do you know that stat, Noman, or does anyone in chat happen to know that burn time stat?
Yeah, I would venture to say somewhere between 15 and 20 seconds, but I'm not 100%. Could be as much as 30, although that seems steep. I think it's 15 to 20. But
James
somebody
is gonna
correct
have
us.
a problem making it out of this tunnel as Scooby-Doo is there and prepared to watch this, assuming he's got his night vision on it. Looks like he might have some peeks onto this angle. Legel's going to get aggressive as he's pushing into the tunnel now, completely on edge. He's ready to pre-fire, but they're going to trade out. And there it is, as the callouts come out from James. Wookie able to pick up Scooby-Doo in the middle, and Mayhem grabbed the first point here on Subway.
Yeah, great defense, but an even better offense there for Mayhem, getting that final bit of pressure in. That final push, I'm not sure I can agree with. You had
Which
your Legel here in the instant replay doing the push down into the tunnels. I mean, you had Scooby suppressing it already. Legel would have been far better keeping Theta locked in on that track rather than applying the pressure directly on those stairs. I mean, James really wasn't a threat. He'd have to come out, go up that ramp to really pose any kind of threat to the objective. So a bit of a misstep there, at least in my opinion. It's going to cost them that round. And Mayhem go up the first point. Now they're going to be on the defense here. What a little trade between Viper and James on those stairs there, though. It's always interesting to see how they handle those stairs. It's such a challenging defense to have, and Lonely Viper definitely had the right idea. Just not quite enough pepper on that toss over the stairs to get the Molotov into James's range. But a good little trade there for sure.
Yeah, sometimes those quick short throws can be the hardest ones to actually judge. Like, you either give it way too much and you end up, chucking it up. And, I mean, luckily for Viper in this case, it would have hit a wall or a ceiling or something and kept it from flying off too far. But, in any of the open air maps, you could try and toss something a little gently and, give a little too much flick of the old wrist there and it's gone into the next block. So really tough time there sometimes to get that short little hop over, and of course you got to throw it up and over the stairs so that your arc just got to be kind of perfect there. So a good attempt, and again it holds up James from being able to progress there, which is another key thing. Even though Viper does go down from the frag, he's able to hold James up and keep him relatively out of position for another certain amount of time.
Absolutely. Round 2 now underway. Defense from Mayhem now has to hold the boss fight advance if they want to go up a couple of points here, but boss fight definitely not going to take this one laying down. I cannot imagine checking in with the boss fight.
We're not pushing down the stairs.
Arsock push.
Feel really slow right now.
Now they are opting to go north side here instead of south, or actually middle. Looks like they're going for the catwalk stairs. 35 and Scooby is who we're trailing right now.
Yeah, initial movements would say that they are going to make this push down the middle, but 35 holding back there. They're covering each other and splitting the catwalks. Always a good idea there in case you are watching at home and taking notes from some of these teams. If you're one of our newer teams to the league or to Onward itself, you may take notes at how these teams attack. But splitting those hallways is always a good idea, because even if there is a defender and he manages to snag one, chances are, if you're timed and coordinated well enough, he's not going to be able to get the both of you. So there's at least a refrag there. And if not, you at least know that someone's not going to be hiding in that other hallway to sneak around behind you and shoot you in the back.
Legel and Viper here on the stairs. Mono waiting for the ambush.
Scooby giving hand signs actually to 35 as well about Theta's positioning.
He's just a ton of chatter there from the boss fight folks, giving Mono more than enough information about where that player is positioned. That proximity audio coming into full effect. 35 and Scooby opting to rotate back above the objective here instead. They've gone a long way, and James sort of following them via the audio. And there you hear James there giving the call outs, telling the team, hey, can you check out the objective? I'm hearing this audio here and there. I mean, this is the kind of thing that you see from these team captains where hey, they've got the awareness, they've got the command, they know where their players are, they know where they want them to be.
Okay, guys.
So they're doing a really good job of commanding their players. We'll see here. I'm keeping my eye on Viper and Lego here as Viper's coming up with the frag on the stairs. A little too late for that, but he pushes right into Lego's bullets. James and UC Death will trade downs in the sub-basement. But this is a big pickup for BossFight here, getting Mono out of this stairwell.
Yeah, if they can manage to keep Wookiee at bay, there's a cap opportunity here, and Viper's got a shield, so there's the possibility he can protect himself from some refrags. Wookiee going to get aggressive and push into the tunnel. Viper not quite ready for it, but he is going to give the call-outs. There's the frag.
A little too far. A little too far. Nice little toss here as Wookiee applies the pressure. The grenade. Oh, what a toss that was. A fantastic defensive nade by Wookiee. Will down the shield on Viper, and that is going to leave 4 remaining for BossFight. They've stacked up here in the sub-basement now that they've confirmed James. Know where they're coming up. The sounds here are going to be good for Potato Bot to be aware of this stairwell, but Scooby's obviously rotating out of that position. You toss a frag, you rotate. These teams know what they're doing when it comes to approaching these objectives.
Scooby now on the north sub-basement stairs. Theta going to be his real opposition here, but Theta on the other side of the subway cars. So Scooby going to have free range to at least, exit from the stairwell, though he will have to watch out for the crossfire from Wookiee across the subway.
Yeah, Wookiee now switching with Potato Bot's position. You see Death looking for it. I think he saw Wookiee cross here. Just continues to watch for him, and BossFight down into the almost final minute of play. They've got to start making their push here. They do have the man advantage. If they apply the proper pressure here, it could be the cap they want. Wookiee there getting a little peeky onto UC Death. Really should wait for Potato Bot to clean him up on the backside, but Wookiee primes a nade. Potato Bot finds one as Scooby pushes up those northern stairs and goes down to that shot. Meanwhile, Legel still in that that track 2 position, closer to objective. 45 seconds left. UC Death now hearing the call-outs of Potato Bot. Knows he's got to be watching both sides. 35 needs to get into a position where he can help his team. Is still in the sub-basement, not able to apply any of this pressure, and Potato Bot finds another as Lego pushes out onto track 2. UC Death finding the bullets of Potato Bot as well, and there it is. Just one member left, 25 seconds, and BossFight's dream of a cap here dies with 35 as Mayhem deals a little bit more damage and gets the second point here in round 2.
Wow, great round there from Mayhem, really kind of turning that one around. I thought BossFight was going to be able to take that one fairly handedly there at the end, because we know how they are with coordination. I mean, you could hear Scooby calling audibles or reminding the team of the play if it was them following their strategy still at that point. But I tell you, Potato Bot's rotation there towards the end when he grabs that double, starting with Legel, was very key. And he might not have even realized how key it was at that time, but his movement there kept Legel off that objective, because at that point, he was completely clear. Wookiee, Potato Bot, Theta, all of their attentions were drawn away from that objective area at that time. Legel was free and clear to walk up onto the objective and get that cap, or at least get in behind that pillar to give himself some protection from some of the defenders in case they did a quick check peek. So a great job there from them, even if it by coincidence, and a great attack from BossFight. I mean, there at the end, they were man advantage. So still great play from both teams, as we expected from this round and from the rounds carrying forward here and on the next map.
Yeah, absolutely. They have done a really good job on both sides. We're seeing, you know, the strategies happening, adjusting on the fly. We saw so many rotations from BossFight there. You know, at one point they had 2 on the stairs, then they had 3 on track 2 stairs and 2 in the sub basement, and then all of a sudden, just 30 seconds later, they had them, you know, 3 or 4 stacked in the sub basement again. So we're seeing these constant adjustments by these teams to get into new positions and to constantly reevaluate what's happening on the battlefield. It's great to see.
Yeah, it really is. And now BossFight have another chance to lock down a point here on this map and get things going their way again. It's 2-0 now, but we've seen BossFight come back from much worse. They're on defense. They should know this objective well enough. They should be prepared to handle it. Viper going to be the first one on the pressure. Wookie and the boys have already made it up the south stairs, however, and he's going to go ahead and just stay back. He's not going to pressure it out.
Not yet. Can't imagine Viper's gonna stay still for too long.
Is it still or quiet that he has trouble staying?
Hey, why not both? Scooby! The pick on Potato Bot there, not ready for that northern stair defense, and that's gonna slow up James, the captain, as he watches his teammate mercilessly confirmed by Scooby-Doo from the top of the stairs. Putting Mayhem down to 4.
No mercy in a match, Noman. Only after and before.
No, when in doubt, empty the magazine. That is the motto of a lot of the teams here.
Oh, you missed the perfect opportunity for when in doubt, emptying the magazine out.
I don't think I
rhyme, did. It works every time. If I learned anything from How I Met Your Mother, that's it.
I can't even right now. It's too early and or late. I don't know. I don't even know which one it is.
It's lunchtime now, Noman. Catch up.
You're right. Oh, ketchup on a hot dog for lunch.
Oh, don't talk about
We're
food.
making all the viewers hungry.
hungry.
Sleepy, we're making all the viewers hungry. How dare you? I'm hungry for action because right now, that's what we're missing as these teams get set up still. I mean, Mayhem really taking their time in terms of getting into position. James, I don't think he's moved. He's like a statue standing down there. I think he's waiting for the defense to give up that angle, right? That's one of those mind games you play.
Totally.
Can't see BossFight doing that. He's going to be waiting a while if he wants BossFight to do that. But meanwhile, the rest of Mayhem here is approaching this position. Now, we did see... Oh, there he is. Viper retreated all the way to Catwalk. He might be looking for a flank. I think he's thinking flank. I told you, he's a squirrely one. He's not going to stay still in an alleyway for long.
Yeah, and don't let his antics and stuff fool you. I mean, I love Viper, and I love his kooky antics and stuff myself, and his sense of humor and whatnot, but the guy is a murderer. And I say that in the nicest sense. He is a killer. The dude is... He makes plays. It's not like, oh, he's just this kooky character that puts on a show and streams and has this persona. Like, no, the guy is good at this game.
James's patience, not waiting, not working out there. Scooby finds 135 on the peak, grabs Mono, but Theta nice on the refrag there. He's gonna have to deal with Lonely Viper, who I don't think he's gonna be ready for, as Lonely Viper sweeps through the spawn here. Is Theta gonna be prepared for this? If he tucks in, he
Viper's already managing his noise, excuse me. With the crouch, he's pushing up. Theta probably not going to hear it. Will Viper see him before? He breaks the corner, though. No, he's going to sneak. Oh, gosh. Is Viper going to go for the knife? No, he's not going to take the risk. He takes a headshot instead, and Theta goes down. It's one left for Mayhem, and it's just Wookie who's approaching from the Ladies of the Night alley, shall we?
We shan't say that.
No.
On the instant replay there, yeah, Lonely Viper taking his time. He was thinking about it. We all know he was thinking about the kooky play there. But he's
gonna
run
push out.
Right.
Wookie and Lonely Viper gonna trade.
Yeah, into the
End
hands.
of the round.
And there it is. BossFight getting a little point there on the board. And in map 1 of round 2. In round 3, we really need better nomenclature for these things. There's a lot of rounds and matches going around in the casting jargon. That's a plan for season 11. Let's clean that up so the casters don't have to trip over their words. But either way, BossFight nabbing themselves a point and starting to starting to close the gap a little bit. They've got to make something happen on this offensive round if they really want to start putting the pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talk about playmakers and stuff too, but in reality, both of these teams do a great job of balancing. And we talked about this, you know, James at being able to construct a good team overall and a great team lineup for each individual match. Scooby has that same reputation, and again, both of those players have a great on-the-field calling ability as well. So, in apples to apples comparisons, I think Mayhem is kind of the NA BossFight. They have a similar playstyle. Again, BossFight might be a tad more aggressive. In fact, BossFight always wearing the kind of most aggressive in the EU nomenclature quite proudly, as they've never been the slowest teams and out of what is typically known as a slower region and play style. Not always the case. That of course changed a lot back in the season 5, season 6 era when that started to become kind of a talking point between the two regions. But now we're seeing a lot of different play styles develop from all different areas of the world. I mean, take OJC, for example, over in Japan, really rocking it with a very methodical play style, but a varying pace as well. They can go slow, they can go fast, but they know how to work the clock and positioning to their advantage. So really seeing a lot of varying metas come out now here in Season 10. But anyways, we're into round 4. Mayhem now on the defense here in the red light district courtyard objective. BossFight going to be charging hard up the south stairs, 5 strong. Free fire out early from UC Death. No opposition from Mayhem, but they are going to have that knowledge now that they got to spawn in the south.
Yeah, they've got pretty good lines here set up. They're prepared for any defensive push. Mayhem not going to opt to give it to them as they stay tucked in the hallways of the objective and inside that courtyard.
Yeah, in postseason, you really don't. You're not surprised to see teams playing a lot more defensively, especially when it comes to their defensive rounds. They're not going to be necessarily going for those riskier flanks that might lose them a team member. They instead opt to more usually stay close on the defense, not give any unusual peaks or unnecessary peaks. And the offense has really got to work for it here in postseason. So that's where you start to see who's well balanced, who can do the offense and the defense. And when you can convert these offensive rounds on these tighter defensive, what we usually like to call like box defenses, you really start to show your true colors as a team and as with your coordination.
A little bit of audio cues there, I think, coming in from Viper may have given a little bit more intel to Mayhem about where they're coming from. All quiet on the southern front as BossFight continues to maneuver into position. Grenades being primed by Viper here to check. Likely one of these corridors on the inside. Mono might be playing right into the hands of one. There goes one into the corridor. The coordinated flash is coming out. That is going to hit Mono. Yeah. You see, he is going to be pressing himself into the wall there, tucked in, giving James the ability to cover him on that angle. That return flash is going to come out. And the frag, but early. A lot of comms coming in between these teams, or between each players of these teams. More frags coming out from James. He's got an absolute pile of grenades, James. I always see him running 2 frags. Viper there waiting for Mono.
Point commitment.
Yeah. I think he's grabbing them off of his players, because you can only have the 1 frag. So I think he's just trading out a flash for a frag with his teammates.
Good one to give the frag too, though. He's a heck of a good frag thrower. Him and Wookie, actually. Wookie been really showing some excellent frag throw ability in more recent games and in more recent weeks there towards the end of the regular season. BossFight still just kind of stacked. They're ready to go, but not quite there yet. Viper was in a peaking position and then kind of backed off. Now they're set. It's 1:45 left. The strike's coming in. You've got 4 coming deep from the Scooby side here. They're stacked on the corner, but no movement. They're afraid to get around just yet. Scooby finds James. Ledgel trades out. Goes down to Monarkid. Trade. James will find Scooby as well.
James with the, that is the frag toss there as he popped that corner. Scooby down to toss that frag in, and now the pressure's coming in on all sides. Only Viper
Down over there.
left alone on this corner. He's only got 35 on the other side, who should have been pushing off of all of this confusion. He's just been in the back there, not applying the pressure equally from both sides, and that's going to give the defense all of the opportunity to focus their efforts onto Lonely Viper's spot here, and the shots coming in now. He's looking for Wookie in the back. Here's 35 with the reinforcement. 50 seconds left on the clock. Still a res available. Scooby able to be revived, but obviously looks like
unlikely.
Well, it looks like Viper there just ID'd that via tablet. But it's going to be a very challenging res to have at 35 seconds left on the clock.
Expect them to be over here though.
Communication coming in. They still expect them on this side, so they know they're checking. There it is. Wookie peeking, grabbing Viper right as he goes for the gun to drop the shield, and Mayhem nab themselves another map win. Map point, correct. Too many words. Too many names for words. That is going to be round number 4 going the way, number 5 going the way of Mayhem. No, number 4. Man, what is even words or stuff, you know?
More like maths.
What is even anything? We'll take a look at the
We've
instant
been in
replay of
isolation
that.
a long time. Let's
Yeah.
put it that way.
Only Viper there going for the gun, trading out. 35 pushing the corner as well, but not effective enough as Mayhem will sweep that defensive round. Now it is all up to BossFight to try to stay alive in the series. They've got a defensive round, so good opportunity to close the gap a little bit more. Mayhem on the offense this time around, but do they have what it takes? Chat, I want to see what you think. Do they have what it takes? Maybe do they have what it takes before I wait for chat 5 minutes from now?
I was just going to sit here quietly while they pondered. Yes, they do. If we know anything, BossFight is not a team that you can count out really at any time. Unless, of course, they've kind of given up faith themselves. If they've given up hope, then no, they cannot. But I don't see that happening from this team. I don't see that happening from BossFight or from Viper. I don't see it happening from Scooby. I don't see that happening, no. So I do think they could still do this, yes.
No, I like
Am I holding my
Well, we're gonna find out if Sleepy's prediction is correct as round 5 for real this time goes underway.
Which route do you want to take?
I'm gonna go south there. Like our last
649, 7968. That's good.
And as we wait for the spawn box to lift, it looks like Mayhem is going to take a similar strategy approach to their last round, going to the subway. They're going to split 2-3, with 3 going directly into the basement level, the sub-basement level, I guess I should say. Going for a direct subway tunnel insertion here. Wookie and Theta not taking as much time to get down the stairs this time as before. Obviously, the defense not having quite as much time to get out there. 35 and Wookie spot each other, but 35 able to make the connection, and BossFight grab their first pick on this map. Or on
See?
this round.
It's
Jeez,
not
now
so
you got me doing it.
It's not so easy, is it, Sleepy? Not as easy
Well, I
as that
blame
pickup
you.
for 35 was. Able to nab that first pick. It's gonna leave Theta marooned up there in the south, wondering where 35 was. Now, you know, it brings a question of, like, do you, as a member of the offense, do you go for the shot on the person you just saw, or do you back off the corner and feed the intel right there? You know, it's one of those things that you don't know. Oh no, Scooby downing himself with that frag grenade.
Nice one.
That was a long reach on that frag. Obviously not tossed where he wanted it to go, I don't believe, but downing himself behind that box is going to give the offense a bit of an easier push onto this corner, and now the sub-basement a little bit more available.
Yes and no. That down from Scooby on himself does actually trigger Viper, who was on a topside flank, to go into underground mode. He's now trying to cover the backside approach to the subway tunnel, and if he's quiet enough, he might be able to sneak up here. But I think James Boak may have heard it, because it looks like Potato Bot is now setting security on the backside of Monarchid, ready for Lonely Viper's approach. But Lonely's dropped down to a crouch. He's dropping his speed. He's trying to drop his audio levels. He's trying to make sure that nobody hears him approaching here. Theta, meanwhile, going to grab 35 up on the top side.
Let's get that refrag. Getting the revenge for Wookie going down there. Monarchid putting the pressure down. Does find UC Death and the re-flanker. James finding the back of Lonely Viper just before he applied the pressure. I mean, wow, the flanker got flanked. We're 4 levels deep of flanks here.
The cameraman got flanked. I didn't even see James come up behind him like that. I was so tight in on Viper's shoulder, waiting for the shots on.
Yeah, we were as well. And now it's just Lego here. The last one on objective basically has to defend with his life. I mean, at the end of the day, he's just got to stop him from capping if he can apply enough pressure. But he's about to get it from all angles as James and Theta opt to set up on both sets of stairs. Potato Bot and Mono obviously on the track here, and so the pressure is going to come in on all sides. James botches a frag there. Oh, but that frag wasn't botched, and it will find the kill they need to stitch it all up here in map 1. Mayhem going up 4-1 over BossFight. A fantastic series there by Mayhem. Really just, I mean, they felt like they were a step ahead of them on that subway map at all times.
To an extent, I mean, I saw a few things going for the BossFight side at times where I was like, oh man, this is really going to wreck Mayhem's day. And then something would happen across the map. And that particular motion that was in play stops and then adjusts and they rotate, which is great. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's what you want to see from a defense, especially if it's like a risky flank or something of that nature. But at the same time, I just feel like there were a lot of opportunities that were interrupted for BossFight that could have proven to disrupt Mayhem a bit better and ultimately get them more round wins, or at least the possibility of a better shot at those round wins. Ultimately, everything's a roll of the dice here, right?
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, Mayhem played an excellent map. I think BossFight would agree to that if you were to ask them. I think Mayhem would agree that BossFight played an excellent map if you asked them. So I don't think either team really had it easy or had it tougher, but BossFight did get to see the backside of Lady Luck's hand, unfortunately, in this one.
Yeah, we are waiting for the second map to be chosen, so if you have some predictions as to what you think that map is going to be, do drop them into the chat. Let us know. I'm curious to see what I want to see what people want them to play, right? So this would be obviously BossFight's choice.
Yes, it is indeed, and we'll give you just a bit more time to get those predictions in, but we're off to the next map now. And I got to tell you, I'm really not surprised at this one, Noman.
No, definitely not a surprising choice in Downfall coming in as map 2.
Bow, 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 bow.
Yes,
Air noise sounds intensify.
Exactly. That is the BossFight pick. They are taking Mayhem. Now, we saw Mayhem deal a good bit of defensive damage to SEAL Team Bravo in the first round of Group A here. So, I mean, we know what we're stacked up against. And this was a map that was played in the series between G-Men and BossFight. G-Men did take that from BossFight. So, I don't know. Do you think they're coming in rattled? Do you think they can reset and do what they need to do on this map?
Rattled? No, I don't think BossFight are going to be coming in rattled at all. They'll be coming into their map pick, and so I think they're going to feel confident here. Mayhem's attacks, while looking confident, they weren't strong. I wouldn't use strong to necessarily describe them. Well coordinated and timed, yes, but a little lacking on the as far as round timing. Not so great. You know, they were still just not quite making it to the objective. There were still a lot of holes there. I mean, to be fair to them, you know, the new meta with the suspension of smokes has caused a lot of that. But yeah, so BossFight must be just really confident in this map to be willing to take the Marsoc side here on such an open map with such a new meta on the line, where it's very, very hard to get yourself into a position on the objective without exposing yourself to about 100 different angles.
Yeah, it is going to be I think it's going to be a long-range battle. I think we're going to see. You know, what's interesting is I don't see Defilade on the roster for Mayhem for either downfall round now, and that is definitely one of their biggest sniper threats. So we'll see.
It could be, you know, it could just be a scheduling thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of pistol shots coming in. And James there, cracking the whip on the team, letting them know they gotta do what he wants them to do. Making sure they're in place. Oh, and there it is.
I made it. I'm revable.
James does manage to get the res here, it looks like, but he does get caught with bullets. Funny enough, that's what James was warning him about.
Yep.
If you take too long to make that cross, you get downed, and the pressure coming in a big way here from BossFight.
Yeah, BossFight using and leaning into that suppressive fire tactic that we talked about not really being utilized much in that Mayhem SEAL Team Bravo match from the first round, right? Like, they're not. Meanwhile, BossFight they're laying down the fire when they move, and they're laying it down in specific positions. They know where to shoot, or the most likely places to shoot when they move. And so you can see, even now, Lonely Viper just putting down single shot suppression into that back window, that far objective watch building. And he can watch all sorts of angles with that 12X. And combined with that M16, he's got plenty of rounds to utilize.
You've got Lego out there to the east, wrapping around. Only Viper providing a little music for the cast here. We'll tune into him for a second.
He's got a real country thing going
Oh,
on.
he knew we were watching. Now he's in a battle with Potato Bot.
I hit whoever is in Boulder Darkroom 1, but he's probably still alive. Boulder Darkroom 1.
And as he's calling out that he did hit him, no confirmation on that. Wasn't over the shoulder of Potato Bot, but he is looking at him. He's looking at him in a big way. Potato Bot has been in that situation before. He was dealing with one of the members of SEAL Team Bravo in that same window, but he did win out in the end. We'll see if he can deal with the likes of Viper and that 12X he runs. Meanwhile, checking in on objective here. It's a very similar defense, almost actually identical, except they've got James and Mono a building over.
No, Potato, do not peek.
Yeah, James telling Potato, do not peek. James knows the danger of that 12X. Let him get close.
Viper just made the mistake of calling Potato dead as well. He said he's definitely dead. That is a mistake, unfortunately, on his part. Potato is very much still alive, though keeping himself safe. So Viper may keep himself safe here by not being exposed to who he thought was a danger. And he does check it again, though, so maybe he's not 100% confident in his death.
See that laser panning over the map. He's looking for Theta in that window. The laser, trained, waiting for him. He wants it. That's a level of stability right there on a sniper scope at this distance that you don't often see. Very, very difficult to be that
Wow.
accurate. And there it is, the headshot onto Theta.
That's going to be in a Lonely Viper clip later this week, I'm sure.
Well, it's going to be in one of our clips because we're going to show it on the instant replay here. Theta getting himself punished for getting his head out into that window.
Me and 30 will do that. Did you clear the roof?
35 and UC death here in Center Hotel. Just kind of waiting. Just waiting for a little bit of assistance.
North bungalow, he's at the wall now.
Potato Bot does call out Lego's position there, but Lonely Viper does
I don't know
manage.
from where he's moving southwest. He's moving southwest.
There it is, the callouts coming in from Potato Bot as well in that sniper position, but Lonely Viper finally getting the down. Still just a down. The callouts are going to come out from Potato Bot there about the
Viper
position.
Pushed his way up to the far reaches of the map. But they have under a minute, so he has got a long way to hike. And James Boak actually has an angle up to this rock. Viper could be in trouble here. But the 203 comes out onto James's window, pushes him back, gives Viper a chance to move. I think James Boak has now lost that line of sight. Now Viper's going to have to push, but the rest of the BossFight team is crashing. Scooby on Wookiee's building at the body truck.
Pressure from Wookiee coming out onto Viper. That does find one, but now he's hearing the footsteps of several. He's got to reload and be ready for it. Scooby rushing in, does find another. James finds Lego on the center push.
Death on the backside. You see Death firing through the windows. He's trying to get the backside of Wookiee, but Wookiee's going to rush out, find you, Death, and that's going to be it because BossFight get in underneath, and 35 gets the cap completely underneath the noses of everyone, including us.
Including us, indeed. Let's see if we manage to capture it in the instant replay I was collecting while Wookiee was doing his work there, but we see him running underneath the camera as Wookiee deals with Scooby here. There he is. He runs into the basement. You can kind of catch him there, and he gets underneath the defense. Wookiee, too much pressure for him to deal with, and James and Mono not rotating fast enough. A fantastic cap. We only managed to catch in the periphery there. But a great push by BossFight answers the question, will they be shaken? No, they will not. They'll get in there. They'll slam 2 points on the table, and they'll say, hey, Mayhem, your move.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely that. And, you know, I talked about that in that defense up against SEAL Team Bravo. I said if you come at it from the south at the right angle and you get through the defense, you can get into that house before the defense rotates. And that's exactly what we saw happen here. The number of members that BossFight had left, just their sheer numbers alone, allowed them to break off members to deal with various threats as they approached, allowing 35 ultimately to make their way underneath the house and get that cap. So a great plan there. I mean, to be able to have that many people still up at such a last minute kind of hurried push, or at least it felt that way because the timer was starting to tick down. Viper seemed a little thrown off by that when he checked. But anyways, to end it with a cap like that and to sneak it in so well, I mean, kudos to BossFight there in that opening round.
Yeah, really good job. Now we'll see if they got what it takes to lock it in for round 2 here. And go up into a 3-0 lead, put Mayhem on the back foot, and try to take this at least to a tied series.
You're good? Okay. No, you're good. You're good. I didn't ask for it. I was trying.
I'll watch the north, I guess.
Gonna need to at least tie this to still have a shot at that final 2 slots. Pressure coming in from Lonely Viper does manage to grab
I always go
Wookiee.
You fucking peek.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't on you. I was
James there, not able to land the shots on the refrag, so that is going to put Mayhem on the back foot right out the gate.
Viper getting offended by someone No, let me try that again. Sleepy gonna try that again, folks. Lonely Viper getting offended that everyone is trying to kill him. He does not take kindly to that, so...
Well, he's in the
trying
wrong
to buy him
game.
a Christmas gift.
Christmas
gift.
He's not playing the right game if he
That's
gets
true.
offended by people trying to make sure he's not alive.
Virtually, not alive.
Yes, correct.
Let's clarify that.
Definitely want to play more of the, well, I don't know, Minecraft type situation if you don't. But
Chicken away.
yeah, he's yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of block joke. I don't know. It's too much work. Honestly, we're too far into this series for me to come up with anything witty or charming to deal with, because BossFight's gotten me all rattled with that cap they sneak in underneath the noses of both the casters and the opposing team.
Without us covering.
Yeah, they should have told us. They should have announced it to the casters that the
They should have
cap
ran
was
by
coming.
the camera and said, "We're gonna cap." God, rude.
They should have said, "This cap's for you, Noman. That's what I want. I want somebody to dedicate a cap to me next time." So just write that in the books. we're bantering because there is not a lot of action as Mayhem does get set up here
Just positioning.
on both sides. So we're taking our time here as the shots are just kind of check fire. We're not seeing a lot of actual pressure coming in from the Mayhemians as 3 minutes remain in the round. Will they be ready for Scooby's spawn here? I don't think they will be.
Viper's got me singing Christmas carols over here. I had to mute a bit so I could sing along with him.
Scooby does ID the position on him. I saw him reach for his radio there, giving the intel to the team without giving himself away. He's staying quiet, exactly what he needs to do.
Sniper happens to get taken out, so we need to figure out how to hop.
My question is, what system do you come up with to report someone near you and for your team to know who that is?
Yeah, usually
Where they're
numerical.
located.
It's usually numerical in order. You know, you go 1 click, 2 clicks, 3 clicks, 4 clicks, 5 clicks.
Yeah, he's completely blocked from here. So we can
Ooh, Scooby rushes out the trade. Theta there.
Monarchid,
little-
luckily saving Theta's behind, man. That was easily a 2-pick for Scooby, as he definitely had the element of surprise. And I think his anticipation, but that decision time it took for him to decide whether to go for Theta, who he just saw, or the guy who just came around the corner. And that little bit of hesitation cost him that trade, in my opinion. And Theta lives to shoot another round.
Yeah, Potato now dialed in here to Legal's spot. The shot's coming out from Viper, though, behind the wall. He's tucked in. He's looking for it. He wants
Theta,
this.
meanwhile, able to push up into the center hotel completely unopposed and unseen.
Yeah, this is what he wanted. He wanted to get in underneath Viper's sniper scope there. Yeah, Viper sniper. He's looking for UC Death now, though, who is going to be his main challenge. As soon as he decides to check center hotel, Theta's going to be in danger. He opts to give up on that angle. Gonna pop back into Lonely Viper's view here, as there it is. Potato Bot does apply the pressure at helicopter. Misses the shot, though, and that's going to give Potato quite a bit of real estate to push up on. Now Legal's going to have to deal with him. Theta suppressing Legal's window, gives Potato Bot the ability to push up a little bit. He's going to be in the view of Viper here in just a few seconds. You see Death applying the pressure there. Potato trying to keep 35 tucked in, but Legal pops out, grabs one. You see Death nabs Theta, and just like that, that middle push is absolutely decimated, leaving just James to try to deal with the remaining push, and that is easily scooped up by the Lonely Viper on the wall, giving BossFight that 3-0 lead that they definitely are looking for. They want to keep this point spread as high as possible going into this next series, because they've already got 2 losses under the belt. They need it, or 3 losses in terms of maps under the belt. They're going to need to at least tie this one and then win the whole next series to be in contention for that one of those 2 top spots.
Yeah, of course, that will also depend on the outcome of the other game, and then, of course, the outcome of the other rounds to follow there. So, you know, a lot still up in the air for everyone. I mean, the only way to get out of this unscathed is to remain undefeated on every map and every game for every round. So that's a really tough thing to ask, especially when you've got the teams that we have here today competing against one another. I mean, a reminder, these are 4 out of our top 8 teams in the league, or out of our top 7. 8th position is to be decided by our Challenger Cup final later on this afternoon. However, you know, these teams, they don't play. Like, these aren't your casual teams that jump in on a Tuesday and knock the game out and have some fun, which is great. You know, that is what the league is here for. If you want to play that way, more power to you, and we hope you have a great time. But if you want to commit the time and you want to put in the hours and you want to, you know, really get your team in sync and running like a machine, you know, you put in the hours that these teams put in. And I got to be honest with you, and knowing a lot of these guys as well as I do, it's a lot of time that they put in on a weekly basis just to make sure that that team is ready and that they're good to go here for not only regular season, but postseason all the way through to finals. And those games can get to be really lengthy. So both of these teams showing their stamina here a little bit, but we'll see how that maintains. We're into our 4th round. Sorry, no, our 3rd round. Cap threw me off a little bit. And Mayhem will be on the defense. A relatively safe objective to defend. But we'll see if they're able to handle it. BossFight looking to take the map here 4-0 on this one. Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, you know, BossFight and this team, they're a seasoned team. They've been around since VRML inception. So to say that those teams are different in skill and experience isn't a lie. I mean, BossFight just have this experience, and they've been in postseason every season. I don't think there's ever been a season in the 10 seasons we've run the VRML that BossFight has not been involved.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to play a big factor because, you know, mental state is a big thing. Keeping yourself, you know, shaking it off. It's a thing that seasoned teams have to be good at when it comes to championship stuff, because a lot's on the line. You get that heart racing, hard to aim the gun. You know, it's not like a 2D game. You're not just sitting there controlling a mouse. You've actually got to hold a gun steady in order to be able to hit your shots. It is an extra layer of challenge when you're doing these in VR, and especially when a series is going for, you know, 3, 4, 5 hours like these tend to do. You've really got to have a handle on that physical stamina, the mental stamina, the fortitude. It's a lot to handle, and BossFight definitely top of their game when it comes to handling the pressure of these situations.
Yeah, and you really mentioned it there. I was going to say we haven't really talked about that much yet today, and probably because we're still in the earlier rounds for this afternoon's events. Is physical stamina is right. Like, these teams, they're on their feet, they're up and down, they're crouching, they're on their bellies, they're proning, they're throwing their grenades, they're holding their arms out in front of them for long extended periods of time. And while they're not necessarily holding up, you know, 8 to 14 plus pound weapons, you know, that is still physical exertion on your body. It does still require energy, and being able to measure and maintain that, and the endurance of that stamina is a key factor in these postseason games and tournaments, especially because they are, as Noman said, long events. It's a lot of games, it's a lot of rounds, and it's a lot of time. So you have to be ready. You have to know how to break between rounds. You know, actually take a break, sit down, get off your feet. So it's meanwhile, Viper.
He does find that the back of Monarchid, they're not prepared for the positioning of Lonely Viper rotating all the way around the northwest. You can kind of see him there on your mini-map, a little tiny push. But off of that, Lego and Scooby gaining some ground in the center, trying to get up as close as possible, but he's not. Lonely Viper getting dealt with by Potato Bot as he pushes through.
Yeah, that's the tough part of that particular side of the map. If you can figure it out, you might get the element of surprise like we saw there, where he was able to get the one pick, but then you are very, very exposed, so you have to be careful about your routing after that. And, you know, he kind of learned that lesson, and I'm sure he was aware of that. You know, BossFight doesn't do anything without knowing the implications of that first, and I'm sure he was well aware of the risks, but he did manage, again, to get a pick before he goes down, and that is helpful to the team. So.
Pressure coming back out towards UC Death. Wookie, meanwhile, manages to scoop up Scooby as he approaches the objective building corner there. Actually sweeping almost around the fence before he picks him up. The confirmation shot's coming out. And that's James applying pressure onto UC Death on West Street. And quickly, BossFight losing members here. The defense finally starting to really work out. The fantastic nade from 35.
They got a grenade on me.
Scoops up Wookie, tries to get out of that building, not quick enough. 35 almost loses his life on the pressure there from James.
Oh, a nice flash, well timed right at the front of the window. But it's not gonna matter. James Boak finds both Legel and 35 at the end to secure Mayhem their life-saving round but now they've got to do it on offense and defense and offense once again, unless they get a cap here, of course. But they do secure the round and stay alive on this map. BossFight probably a little upset there. A little surprised that flash wasn't enough to blind James in that window, but maybe it was a spectator desync type of thing where I wasn't seeing exactly where it happened to go off. But still, James, the linchpin there at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. We had to take a look at that 35 frag into the center hotel again, because that was an absolute beauty to down Wookiee. But James able to capitalize in the end, and yeah, keeps him alive. But now the pressure's on every round. Every round now is going to be a life-saving round. Every round is going to be the thing that gets Mayhem closer to either potentially clinching a spot or having to duke it out in that final matchup against G-Men.
Boy, I do not envy Mayhem right now. I don't envy BossFight either, because BossFight realistically needs to win every round from here until the end of the event to really make sure that they lock in one of those top 2 spots. Because of that first round loss to G-Men on both maps, it puts them in a really tough position. I think after the scores were settled due to point spread and all the other additional factors in, BossFight coming into the second round started at the bottom of our leaderboard coming into round 2. So they are fighting literally every point now matters for them. No round is inconsequential to them. They need to secure every one that they can. So even that 1 point there that they gave up to Mayhem could become a determining factor in them taking either that second or third or even first slot in a tiebreaker scenario. So you have to keep that in mind. And I know BossFight knows this, but they're playing well, and you can see they definitely came to play here on Downfall as we roll into the next round. Mayhem, the lifeline still extended. Can they hold on to it?
Just saw there, Bono and Potato, a synchronized duck as they get under the bullets of Lonely Viper, who applies the pressure on the hill as he is wont to do, usually on those walls there. Really using that scope to his advantage. James? If James is going to try for this peak yet again, or if he's going to try to get up into North Hotel. Gonna just crawl right past. We're gonna check in with the rest of the team as they get into positions. 2-2-1 is the approach, or I should say 1-2-2 if we're going top down from the map. Spreading themselves nice and even, getting all the different angles that they can before they make their approach. And this is something that, you know, we've seen consistently from Mayhem. They want to make sure they've got good coverage on the map. They don't like being surprised by any players coming from behind them. You know, remembering that subway play where Lonely Viper was on that flank approach, and then James re-flanks the flanker and cleans up Lonely Viper before he does any damage. I mean, that is the kind of preparedness Mayhem like to have here, and BossFight doing a really good job in Downfall of punishing every little mistake that Mayhem has made.
Darkroom?
I don't see anyone. Yeah, I don't see Darkroom.
Still just sussing out where the rest of the defense is. Everybody's kind of tucked in. Scooby again in a very advanced position here in Dumpster. Just going to be using that audio cue to try to nab anybody coming through. He's really tucked in here on probably on one of the tightest angles you can find. Take a look at the objective. Lonely Viper and UC Death. Backside of the objective, 35 up in helicopter 2-story. Now, Scooby-Doo's position, the only problem with it is the distance. The distance to the objective is pretty hefty. If things start to go awry here, crossing from south to north with the way this offense is set up is going to be very dangerous. But he may not have to worry about it because there's only 2.5 minutes left. And that is the first pick we see as Potato Bot nails UC Death in the head. Nice little position there. Lonely Viper, meanwhile, with the response. I didn't even hear that shot. Lonely Viper thinking he got the refrag, but he is not correct. His Potato Bot is still alive. He did get James, however. Ooh, Lego looking towards Potato Bot's position. Doesn't quite have the angle on him. He's going to have to deal with most likely Mono as he pushes through. But let's check in with Wookie and Theta as they approach Scooby again. Here we go. The same push. He's coming out on the backside. He doesn't catch two. I mean, he keeps trying for it.
Well, this time he got Theta at least. Last time Theta escaped. This time Theta did not. But Theta does get the trade. Wookie gonna rifle through a little bit of unmentionables there. And we continue on with the push. Mayhem still 3 strong, so not unfathomable that they can do this current objective, but it is tough. I mean, this objective requires some really tough crossing. Unless you come up the West Street where you probably have the best kind of quick jump over to where you can cap from, this has a really tough approach to be coming from this eastern side. And Legel's going to see Potato Bot here. He's already trained in. There's the laser over, and he does find the shots onto Potato as he takes the cross.
Ooh, and the trade coming out for Wookie, but the time is going to be the real enemy here. Mono not going to be able to rotate for this Wookie res. He's just going to have to apply the pressure
Keep an eye on our angle.
directly onto the objective. No other options here, and we're going to ride along with Mono in these final seconds. Oh, he lost his weapon. Mono doesn't have a weapon. He just made the call out to Wookie, and he dropped his gun. He had to go back and pick it up.
Oh, this is a bad time because Viper is rotated over towards the objective. I thought he was actually going to be able to rotate out to see Mono as he popped out from this cover, but now he's through the window. Is he going to find Mono? He sees him, and he does connect with that SKS. Viper able to close out this map and secure map 2 for BossFight in this series over Mayhem.
Really well done there. Lonely Viper with 7 picks. Wookie on the other side with 7 as well. And a great series between these two teams wraps up here. That means we're going to get ourselves set up for round 2 in just a minute. Let's take a quick look at the replay there from Scooby's push on the backside. Very nicely done. And that is I believe the first tie series so far we've had. One map going to the home team and one going the other way, but we're not done. We've got one more round to go. On this channel, you're going to be seeing BossFight versus SEAL Team Bravo. What a fantastic set of games it's been so far. I'm excited to get into that last series and start figuring out who's going to be our top 2 moving on to the semifinals next week. But we are going to need to take a little break here just to get everything set up and make sure that the teams are ready to go and everything is hunky-dory. So we're going to go to another intermission. If you're joining us in venues, first of all, hello. Second of all, go charge that headset because we have got at least another, 30 minutes to an hour of Onward here just in this round robin stage. We've still got Challenger Cup later today at 4 Pacific, 7 Eastern, so make sure you tune into that. But thank you to everybody who's tuned in so far. We are going to take a short intermission, get everything set up, try to keep the timer relatively accurate, and we'll be back in just a little bit with the final round of Group A. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and germs, we are getting back into it. That score is not what you want to be seeing, because we're in a new series. We're in the final series of the day, round 3 of the Group A matchups we've got for the day, and you see them at the top of your screen there. BossFight versus SEAL Team Bravo is our final matchup of the day. So we're sort of getting the information as we go, but let's go through the bans first. So we've got that information from the teams. The ban on the home side, which is BossFight, is going to be Quarantine 1. And then on the SEAL Team Bravo side, Suburbia. So anything stand out to you there? I mean, I find Quarantine an interesting one to ban always, but what are your thoughts?
No, honestly, thinking about it, I'm not too surprised about those bans. Both of these teams are honestly what I would consider strong or moderately strong here, and I can't really think of any good reason why I would say no. They aren't.
Yeah, the only one that's kind of curious is, with BossFight having the long range option to take Quarantine off the table is definitely curious. To not feel like they're a threat on that map, but we do have first map chosen, and I don't think it's going to surprise too many people what that first map choice is going to be for BossFight.
No, not really.
We're going back. We're going back to Downfall for the 3rd time. You're going to see it 3 times. Today we have not seen Suburbia, we have not seen Cargo, we have not seen Bazaar. We haven't seen Bazaar. What a wild series this has been to not see one of the most played maps of the season in rotation today.
Would you say it's bizarre that we haven't seen it?
I think that I would. I think that I would say that. No, it's the long range threats from these teams, right? That's why they want to do it. Bazaar is confined in close quarters, and they want to punish each other at range. Now, we've seen it across all teams, right? We've seen SEAL Team Bravo duke it out with Mayhem back and forth. We've seen BossFight deal a serious amount of damage to Mayhem on this map. How do we translate that, right? Is it BossFight sweeping this for SEAL Team Bravo? Is it another blow for blow? What are your thoughts?
I would have to give the advantage to BossFight on this one. I mean, granted, we'll be seeing SEAL Team Bravo at a different level. Either we'll see them more warmed up and possibly more prepared, more ready for this map than they were in the first round against Mayhem, or we're going to see them kind of on the tail end of stamina getting worn out, and yes, we will see a BossFight rollover. However, I wouldn't count them out. They have been proving a formidable team all day against all their opponents. So I really wouldn't be surprised if this one stretches the distance either. I mean, I know we keep repeating that, but at this stage in the tournament, that's why these days are so long. These matches stretch out, they drag out, they go 1 for 1 down to the wire, down to the second, to the minute. And that's exactly what we signed up for, honestly. That's what we want here, especially in the postseason. So I think BossFight has chosen this map with confidence. I think they should be confident in it, considering what we just saw in the previous round versus Mayhem. But if SEAL Team Bravo are here to play and are ready and warmed up now and are sighted in and ready to go, then it could be much harder for them than they think.
Yeah, interesting take on it, and especially the stamina, right? We talked about in the last game. It's who can outlast who in terms of physicality. We're not seeing a lot of subs come in. We're not seeing people trading, round for round swaps or anything. So I mean, it's the same players playing for several hours straight. It's a lot of effort, and it really, at the end of the day, shows who physically is more prepared for the toll that this kind of series can take on you. And I think we're getting very close to getting underway here in map 1 of this last round. I'm curious to see what the chat thinks and what folks and venues are chatting about in terms of who's going to take this series. We are still waiting on those round 2 scores to check in so that we can update the standings and everything, give you sort of an idea of where things are at the end of round 2. But we are kicking off right about now into our next matchup. So let's get into gameplay. See what SEAL Team Bravo on defense brings against BossFight on the offense in the Marsoc spawn.
Yeah, they want to take a point. What they don't know is we might take 2 points.
All right, let's see how the BossFight team opts to split. SEAL Team Bravo in the spawn box, all corners ready to go, splitting across the map, getting into position. Meanwhile, BossFight zoom on over here as they get set up in this southeast corner. A little bit of height on him. Lego looking for that long peek into the center hotel. Diesel just out of reach.
I got no movement. I'm backing up.
Me neither.
Anyone who's met Lego knows height is one thing he definitely possesses.
Yeah, this window is definitely a boon for him then. A good position for a little bit of overwatch. I mean, Diesel is just out of his sight, and there's a suppressing fire on the cross. We saw them do this against Mayhem earlier, keeping that window suppressed so that they can get across in a dumpster. Now, it has the adverse effect of giving the defense exactly, you know, where the positioning is, how many players are there. A bit more pressure from UC Death there into common spots.
Scooby scanning the brothel now. The backside. He's looking for the right window, but Drunk Drummer is in the left, and Diesel takes a quick scan, but Scooby ducks just in time to avoid being detected. Diesel gonna have some trouble here in a moment once 35 kind of strikes out from his position.
Raz and Stay Calm, both good coverage on the actual objective west side here. If Diesel stays tucked in, he could catch 35 and you see Death on their approach. I mean, he's going to hear those footsteps. If he's not ID'd early, it is all a win for the BossFight squad. Pressure coming in from UC Death now onto 2-story helicopter, just keeping anybody from peeking. And there it is, Lego finding Diesel on the inside of Center Hotel is going to open things up for the south just a little bit. They still got to deal with Drunk Drummer and Raz, though. That's Lonely Viper shots. You can see there. Saw the smoke hitting there and see him laying down on that hill. Ooh, Drunk Drummer catches bullets from Scooby as well. Now he has got to rotate pretty consistently here to try to stay out of the line of fire of 2 different spots, but he's not out of the line of fire as Scooby as he re-peeks the window and gets punished for it. And now the west is starting to look better and better as the east starts to look better and better as an approach with just Raz and Stay Calm there, but Raz quickly applying the pressure onto 35, pushing out from that dumpster building, just gonna leave UC Death. Oh, he goes for the grenade throw. Oh my god, he almost botches it, drops it there. Oh, swish right into the truck. Not exactly what he wanted, but I'll give him 2 points for effort anyway. You see Death with the response. Nade coming out, almost close enough to grab.
I think Viper's got the angle on Raz, but it won't matter because UC Death will go ahead and solve that problem for him first. Now he's just gonna exit from over here with some early fire, and it's just the 2 remaining defenders on objective. Well, one on objective, Hondo just off with the crosswatch and route approach defense, but Viper going to be scanning those areas, so Hondo going to want to stay out of that doorway if he knows what's good for. Oh, but he might catch Viper on the rotation, just a matter of timing here. Could allow Hondo to catch the advantage, but with so many defenders.
Oh, so, Hondo catching around there. Viper not prepared for that other toss. Hondo tosses a nade right out front here, expecting Scooby on the rush. Doesn't spot him out. Scooby now in the rotation on the backside. 52 seconds left. You see Death, Lego sweeping in from the center, applying pressure on to Stay Calm. It's just Hondo. But Stay Calm does manage to nab UC Death off a center hotel. That's going to make it a bit more of a fair fight here as Hondo trades out with Scooby, and that's a big pickup. Scooby getting that one is going to mean that, yes, Stay Calm has to rush out onto the objective. There was no visibility. And there it is. That is going to be BossFight taking that first round. Really well coordinated. So I think in that case, SEAL Team Bravo gave a little too much real estate to BossFight, right? They gave them so much mobility that by the time it came to that crash on objective, they were in so many different spots and forced so many rotations that they couldn't quite handle all of that work.
Yeah, I mean, to an extent that's true, but it also almost worked. I mean, at the end there, I'm not sure the rush out to check the actual objective front was needed. You should be able to see that stuff through those windows without exposing out to helicopter like was done there towards the end. But, you know, that's fine. It's a decision you make in the moment, and, you know, better to lose that 1 point than to have them cap on you and lose 2. So, but if it were me, I think in that situation, I might have tried to just tuck in there. Not necessarily tuck in where I don't expose myself, because if I get shot that way, that's fine. But I won't necessarily run out like that because the time was very low there. I mean, BossFight was on the forced push. They had no option. They had to come to him. They had to either clear him or get the cap in. Viper was probably too far off to actually get there and get anything done other than the kill in that amount of time. Wedgel was the only real threat there, and at the moment he was protected, so I probably would have stayed in. But other than that, I mean, it's still a good round, a solid defense, but yeah, they probably gave a little bit too much real estate. They also were a bit more brazen about challenging those who obviously had a sight line on him. I mean, Drunk Drummer kind of dancing around in that upper story hostel after being shot at a few times. I might have tried to find an opportunity to escape from there and find a different position rather than just staying up there. But you know, sometimes you get stuck in a place too, and you just have no choice. So I don't really know what was happening in that building per se, so I could just be talking from out of the side of my neck here. But it won't matter. Now BossFight's going to be on the defense, so we'll see if SEAL Team Bravo have anything different than what they had for Mayhem earlier, and if it will be enough to take a point home on Marsoc.
They do get that mirrored spawn. SEAL Team Bravo going to get that same Marsoc spawn, and Scooby with the quick pickup early, finding Diesel at the White Tower as he rushes out in front. Interesting to try to rush over that hill so quickly. It's such a dangerous cross to make, especially now the defense has that line.
And now Scooby's pushed out towards lower dumpster building. He's tucked in there. He's going to be the line of defense. He's going to try and spring a trap. Oh, there's actually a Volk drone in use here from Scooby. He's sending out the Volk drone to use as a kind of an early warning camera system. I like this approach, actually. Something I definitely would expect from the mind of Scooby-Doo and BossFight. You know, always kind of thinking of that high IQ intelligentsia style play, and I like this kind of security cam usage of the drone bot.
Yeah, that is its biggest factor, because when it moves, it does make noise. It's easy to ID, but if you just kind of park it somewhere, this is exactly the kind of thing I was excited for when it came back into the league. Is the use of, basically it's like another pair of eyes, right? It's a sixth teammate, and so an interesting choice there by Scooby to position it there. It's going to help him out when somebody pushes that corner, but if they go West Street, not going to help out too much. He's watching that via the window, though, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. Let's check in with the shots we're seeing fired here as Hondo trades rounds with UC Death, it looks like. Oh, can't... Camera doesn't want to exit that particular doorway for some reason. There you go.
So we're going to find Stay Calm here as he tries to mount the steps near Hondo.
The second guy he's red still up.
And Drunk Drummer going to find 35. Across the other side of the map, excuse me there.
Sniper on Valley Hill, over.
Is Viper going to get the cross map snipe? We got a snipe off here, ladies and gentlemen. Drunk Drummer and Lonely Viper going at it across the map, north to south. And Scooby-Doo actually going to go ahead and ruin the day of Drunk Drummer and ruin Viper's chance at winning the snipe off. How dare you, Scooby?
Scooby doing a great job on that dumpster defense today. Been working out quite nicely. Hondo getting A lot of pressure applied. He's got a crossfire of lasers here aimed at him. Viper from the hill, and you see Death from down towards, or is that, yeah, that's Helicopter Bungalow.
Raz gonna check the window for Scooby. Maybe no, he makes it by him just in time before Scooby's able to lay the ambush, but I think Raz hears it. Yeah, he's got gun low. He's looking down, checking tablet. He knows that is not a friendly.
Go ahead and I know you're right there.
He's trying to do the,
Yeah, the mind games.
the mind games, trying to make defense rotate. Scooby's not taking the bait. Lonely Viper knocking Hondo out there in the northeast, and that's just going to leave Raz all alone here. He's going to have to play his mind games with himself. What is that utility he's got? Oh, it's just his tablet. He's got his tablet on the corner.
I think he was trying to bait the shots out to get him firing first so he could pop around the corner and get the kill.
I'm trying to see, where did he reposition that drone to? Because I know he moved that drone somewhere. I think that's what he's watching. Raz now on the outside here, getting past Scooby. I think he's going to make it too far, as we just saw. Only Viper scanning the area here. Oh, the timing just working out perfectly. Raz pushing the inside here. Does not ID Scooby's position properly, and that's intel for the rest of the defense as the shots ring out. Lego on the peak. Quick enough. Is Lonely Viper going to spot him out? The grenade comes out. It's a flash check. I think Raz is indeed blinded. See, lays down here. He throws a frag out. Now Scooby on the rotation, putting the pressure on the backside. Raz not going to be ready for this. He does spin around. He's looking for him, but Scooby over the top finds the pick. Seals the deal for point number 2 of BossFight's charge here in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what we saw in the game against Mayhem, right? Really effective, kind of on both sides of the board here on Downfall, and to be expected. This is a map that BossFight has performed well with over the seasons. Is it their strongest map? No, but it's one they still are very strong on, and you cannot, discount them even if they, act like they don't want to play it, or they may say they don't play it very well. And maybe they feel that way. Maybe they feel they don't play Downfall that well. But in my opinion, they're very strong on the map. And so I think we're seeing exactly what we kind of expected based on what we saw in round 1 with Mayhem and SEAL Team Bravo on this map. But we'll have to see what happens here. SEAL Team Bravo far from out of this thing. It's only 2-0. Score lines lie a lot of times in Onward as far as how close things get. And they are making a commendable push. They're not just getting squandered out each round.
Yeah, I mean, it could have easily worked out had Scooby been nabbed early on. He was one of the linchpins of that defense. So if somebody had picked him off, definitely could have been a different fight for SEAL Team Bravo. But now they're going to have to rethink it as they swap objectives. Now we are on lower dumpster objective building. Now, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how SEAL Team Bravo's defense holds up here. I think if they just tuck in a little bit more, right? I mean, it's a sniper really running rampant. Lonely Viper doing the damage that he is very much known for on this map, that causing SEAL Team Bravo no end of strife. See if they find a way to deal with that here in the 3rd round.
And we don't get a quick spawn here for the lower dumpster objective. We mentioned it earlier. You're just down the street from your opponents, able to be seen and able to be shot immediately once that round timer has started. So you got to be careful. They've identified that it's not a close spawn, so they will be checking for any of the other remaining spawns that are available on this map. So for now, they'll be trying to make it to their positions while staying safe from the other possible look points, which is always unnerving, knowing that there's multiple other locations that you are unaware of that they could be shooting you.
Yeah, just panning over the east as BossFight gets set up. Taking a look at the defense here from SEAL Team Bravo as well. Nice little V-shaped defense there. 2-2-1 split between the inner buildings. We're gonna stay high level until the action gets close.
Yeah, I wonder, it's interesting. They sent Scooby on the far out east route, pushing the edges of the map boundaries. And
yeah, I think they're just waiting in White House.
I wonder if they're trying to bait out shots onto him as if he were Viper, so that Viper in an alternate position possibly a more, useful position for him, a more protected position, could then rain down shots onto whoever it is, putting him down on Scooby. Now, Scooby rocking an LMG like a true OG, might I add. He's going to be able to return that fire back in tenfold, and he's really accurate with that SA-80. Let's not discount that either. So it could be an interesting strategy if that's what's happening, but I don't think maybe that is what is in fact happening, but could be an option for you in the future. So BossFight, feel free to use that one if you need.
I think the idea there was for Scooby to check White Tower at a distance and just try and see if there was anybody in there, but he still had the opportunity to duck down, behind a little bit of cover, because if you cross on the low side inside of this valley, when you go to check it, you're kind of already in the kill box. So going the elevated route first to check everything, and now they are in position here in the Marsox. 2 minutes have ticked on by. If you take a look at your map, what's pretty insane is Lonely Viper's position there, getting back around to the northwest side. This is one of the problems of a defense that tucks into buildings, right? You have completely obfuscated your view of 90% of the map in a lot of cases. Yep. You've got very small window-like views, and that allows, sneaky snakes like Lonely Viper to get around into these unexpected positions, and then when the pressure comes in on one side and you focused on the side you believe that the offense is coming from, that is where he can do the most damage. So I'm going to keep my eye on him here for just a little bit.
Scooby and the gang, meanwhile, on the Marsoc hillside, still taking their time. No rush here. 2 minutes left on the clock. They're well within striking distance of that 2-minute mark. Legel gonna take some shots here. Intel gathering goes to engaging with the enemy here. Otherwise, still quiet. Neither team getting any picks. It's a 5v5 with a minute 45 left. This is the other thing, when a defense tucks in, this is what happens. You end up, things are probably going to start going off all over the place at one time, and maybe, just maybe, BossFight will be able to capitalize on that confusion, but just as easily that confusion could go into chaos and turn against them. So hard to really tell what's going to happen here, but Only Viper continuing to make his stealthy approach, so far completely unnoticed here. If he can stay quiet enough and not be seen, he can sneak in and cap this.
He is staying as quiet as possible, looking for the backs of any enemies that are exposed. Stay calm, meanwhile, manages to grab the first pick as you see Death goes down on that approach. Now Lego pressuring Hondo's building here. Callouts should come out soon. He's going to tuck in on the corner. Gotta be careful here. Stay calm does have an angle still on this position. He doesn't tuck in time. Him or Raz.
Viper knows he's been made. He's called it out. Drunk Drummer calls out Viper's position by the red truck. Meanwhile, Diesel grabs 35. And a frag comes over the deck from Stay Calm. Viper returns favor with a flash of his own. He's under a lot of pressure here. A lot of weapons pointed at him at this point in time.
And he's got a lot of work to do, and he picks the wrong time to rush out. Scooby trades out with Hondo there in the end, and Stay Calm with the final pick onto Scooby seals the deal for BossFight, as SEAL Team Bravo nab themselves the first point of the series here in round 3.
Yeah, great play there from SEAL Team Bravo. I mean, a tight defense. You let you allow the attackers to get in much closer than you might otherwise if you were actively checking angles and whatnot. But at the same time, you know that your objective is pretty well protected. I mean, as you saw when Viper was called out, there were 3 different weapons pointed at him at certain times there, and he was receiving frags and flashes and just a lot of pressure because they knew how close he really was by getting in to that perimeter. And then, things unfold on the other side, and even with numbers, it only trades out the one who was immediately refragged. So SEAL Team Bravo, even though you might not want to see them always running a tight defense, in this case, that tight defense really paying off for them and securing them that needed point here in this map.
Yeah, fantastic job by SEAL Team Bravo. I mean, again, you know, it's one of those trade-offs. You give a lot of real estate, but if you can hold the angles, if you can hit your shots, at the end of the day, you're going to win out there, and they did a good job of coming back on that series, getting themselves a point, getting on the board, but now they've got to convert Marsox, and that's what we have not seen SEAL Team Bravo do on Downfall today.
Yeah, no, not at all, unfortunately, in any of the rounds so far. I don't know. I mean, maybe they grabbed one if they played Downfall in their last series, considering we were not covering that team. But, yeah, so far, no. And they really need to turn that around here, preferably. They did get close to a cap, however, in the Mayhem game, and it was on this objective. So maybe they'll have that opportunity again. I think it was Drunk Drummer in that game against Mayhem who was close to getting that cap had he just stayed outside.
We'll find out, because the next round, round 4, is underway. Mirrored spawns again, northeast for SEAL Team Bravo. See how they opt to spread out. So they're going a little bit more heavily in the north and the west commitment. 2-1-2 split here as Diesel charges down the middle towards the objective. He's going to meet 35 here in just a second, and there it is. 35 on that aggressive positioning. Such a dangerous spot to get into because, yeah, you can really do a lot of damage from these windows. They're so difficult to see inside of. And if you can get there, if you get lucky on the spawn, you can do quite a bit of damage to the offense, specifically for this northeast one and the west. All quiet here as a minute's ticked away.
Yep, Hondo able to capitalize on that distraction from Diesel in 35 there and make his way into Marsoc Towers. He's checking it out now, seeing if he can't see any possible defenders, maybe even 35 who took down his teammate.
What a fantastic frag grenade by Raz there to down Scooby on the roof. We just caught the tail end of it there, but let's take a quick look at that one. I mean, long range. We're taking a look across the map, see it out of the corner there, and he just perfectly lands it middle courtyard, upstairs on the roof. That is a down Scooby. He's going to be able to give call-outs, though, so not the worst-case scenario, but Raz also doesn't know he got anybody.
Yeah, that's always the tough thing about those frags. Unless you see some kind of ragdolling or the body flops out, you know, into your point of view, or you happen to go by that spot later and see it, there's no way for you to really confirm or even know if you effectively got that kill. So while frags are great, you cannot deny their equipment utility. You know, there is something to be said about the lack of information that could be obtained from that as well.
They have ID'd that Scooby is there, though. I did hear Raz calling out that they... he does hear the shot, the talking there. Lonely Viper, meanwhile, perfectly on time as we pan over to Stay Calm. Manages to nab another member of the offense, and that's going to leave Hondo kind of alone here as an island in the east. 35. Quickly able to scoop him up as well. Not sure if he was hearing him or just a well-timed peek, but just like that, BossFight doing a great job of picking him apart. As I say that, Drunk Drummer starts to even things out a little bit as he takes the Lonely Viper approach on the long northwest push here.
Viper making a sweep through the south now to come back and cover over towards the objective now that they're pretty confident that they've cleared out the east, and that confidence comes with point. Raz now looking to be the next target of Viper, and he is. Him and 35 going to coordinate shots and hit simultaneously. Now it is all up to the lone remaining Cowboy, Drunk Drummer, and he's going to snipe Viper. He's going to be the Viper sniper in this map. He's going to win today's sniper duel. In this round, Drunk Drummer will be the last member left for SEAL Team Bravo. He's got a lot of work still as 4 members of BossFight are still effectively able to communicate, and that's going to be it. SEAL Team Bravo still, unfortunately, unable to convert that offensive round. They'll go down 3-1 here in the map, and BossFight just need to secure this next one to move on.
Yeah, just taking a quick look at that very well-aimed shot onto Lonely Viper as he crested the hill by White Tower. Very quickly picked off, but the rest of the boss fight defense, still prepared, still ready to go, knew exactly where he was, especially UC Death, who had gone down to him just moments earlier and was revived. And that is going to put boss fight onto map point here in map 1. SEAL Team Bravo has to hold this defense and then put up quite a bit more points. They still have to convert a Marsoc. I mean, even if they grab this one and start to even things out, again, it is going to be, can they deal the damage on offense? And so far, they really struggled to do so. And, you know, it's hard. I haven't even really been able to figure out what it is that's making their offense so, at least perceptibly ineffective. I mean, I think a lot of it just comes down to desyncs. They've got, people pushing just mere seconds apart, but just enough to give defenders time to sort of get the picks and be able to refocus their positions. But overall, I mean, they've been playing really well. It's just has not been their day. You know, sometimes it's not your day.
Yeah, it's really not. And I mean, again, this is technically a newer team. Again, there's a lot of seasoned players, but seasoned players doesn't make a seasoned team. Communication, synchronization, all of that stuff, just knowing each other well enough to know your typical play style, what you typically will do on a map, on an objective, on a spawn. That's stuff that comes over time. You can't just force that stuff. I mean, yes, there's a good chance that you could have built that up over the course of getting to know each other in comp lobbies or pub lobbies or what have you. But it comes with time, and I think that's one of the things that's becoming a bit more effective for BossFight. BossFight's also a well-trained team. I mean, if you listen to any of their call-outs, when the camera is close by, you can hear them. They have their own distinct radio call-outs and way of calling things out so that they don't necessarily give away any intel, but they're able to effectively communicate that with their team and let them know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. SEAL Team Bravo now on the defense of their lives. Defense of the day. The defense that's going to keep them in this series as the shots ring out. Stay calm. Ducking bullets like Neo from the Matrix. And bullets rain down all over this objective building on both sides. They've got 2 sets of guns firing. Lonely Viper had a few shots in there. And Scooby-Doo. Oh, and it looks like Scooby-Doo just dropped. Oh, we literally saw him vanish before our very eyes on the roof of the North Hotel there.
He was popping in and out there just before the round started, so I don't want to say I'm not surprised, but
I will say far better to drop when a teammate knows you've dropped. Because having somebody drop out mid-round and then you don't know that they have vanished really can screw up your push. Now BossFight at least has the ability to adjust and understand that they're working with one less. But, that's the problem with doing internet tournaments. You're at the mercy of the connectivity of the day. Your router has some weird problem. Your local internet goes out. That's the struggle. But, hey, the price we pay for being able to run these across regions, across countries, it's a big deal.
Just running a local event is subject to the mercy of certain people. Your electricity, what happens, your power goes out. Then no matter what kind of an internet connectivity you have, you're still not playing. Raz gonna grab Viper there. He's still up.
Lego with a very nice M203 shot into the objective. Drunk Drummer, though, gonna get that res out. And now Lego's looking for any sort of confirmation here if Diesel re-peaks. It's gonna be a 3v5 now, I believe, if I've got my numbers correct. Let's take a quick look at that replay there as well. We saw Lonely Viper shot and then just catching the tail end of Lego's nice little M203 shot.
Hondo may be able to catch the back of 35 here. I think 35 is aware from the frag that Hondo tossed out the window, however, that he is up here. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. But Legel, meanwhile, going to find Diesel on the objective once again. That is, of course, the risk you take when you peek after being rezzed. You're essentially just one shot from that point forward in the match, I mean, it's really tough to take any damage after that without being taken out completely. So a risk to leave him there. Maybe to counteract that in the future, you can res and rotate out the one shot and keep the guy with the res ability on the objective. And there it is, Hondo finding 35 on the backside as he continues on his push unknown from that Volk tower, or from that Marsoc tower, I should say. And it is a 3v2.
I love this rotation from Drunk Drummer. I mean, immediately getting into coverage on that objective room. You know, I mean, he was there within seconds. Stay calm. Nabbing UC Death is going to leave just Lego alive. At least standing. There are 2 reses available, but unlikely to happen here in the minute and a half ticking down, especially with their relative positions right now. Not likely going to be something that's going to work out for them. Lego scanning over the windows. Hondo should be able to spot him out here at that distance. Maybe not. Possibly just going for the call-outs here.
Yeah, I think it'd be easier for Hondo to just give the call-outs. Stay calm. Drunk Drummer and Raz are all in positions to where they could effectively take out Legel as he approaches the objective. He's going to be in a rush here soon enough as we just cross the 1 minute left in the round. He'll get that 30-second beep on his watch here shortly, and that will put him in a position to have to make moves. And granted, they do have that buffer. They can lose this round without being in too much trouble, but I think Raz going to spot out Legel here on the corner. Yeah, you see his laser come up, but Legel going to pull off.
There it is, the information, just enough. Hondo there able to find that nice long shot. Get SEAL Team Bravo their 2nd point here, so getting closer, but again, now comes the bane of the day. The Marsoc round on Downfall. This is, I feel like this is going to set the tone, right? I think if SEAL Team Bravo gets a cap here, or even if they get just a round win here, I think they could start to build the momentum into the 2nd map, and I think they absolutely need that. That confidence boost to get themselves situated better for the coming round.
Yeah, well, hopefully as well, BossFight won't lose a person after that round reset availability window has expired, because of course you hate to see, especially in these postseason games when more is on the line than at any point throughout the season, to see a disconnect like that in the middle of a round and not to be able to rectify it and reset the round and start again. It's tough, but it does happen, and those are the risks we take, as was mentioned. And BossFight, longtime veterans, able to take one on the chin, definitely. They've had their share of upsets in their history as well, in postseason events, so it's nothing they're not accustomed to. But to say that they're about to give up is completely understating. They are not going to just let SEAL Team Bravo walk away with any more points. You can bet that they're going to put a pretty solid defense up, and I would bet that this is going to still end up being BossFight's map.
Well, we will see. We've only got a few more moments until the round kicks off. Get ourselves situated for this 6th round of the series.
Yeah, I'll check Boulder, you check Crater.
Check your crater. Bend over, let me check your crater.
Oh boy, Lonely Viper not doing the family-friendly things in the spawns, but hey, what can you expect? At this point, you start to lose all hope of sanity.
To be fair to the players, it's not like they can see a camera and know they are being watched at
absolutely.
that moment.
Oh no, it's not his fault. In fact, it was pretty funny, so I'll give him a pass, but it's exactly the kind of thing I would say after playing for 4 hours. Diesel, the first one out yet again. I think it's the 2nd time today or in this round, in this map, that I have seen him go down first on a little aggressive peek here, and now Hondo challenging.
There's 2 of them over there.
Yeah, he does know that. I was gonna say, I don't think he knows he's challenging 2, but he does. Scooby and Viper both panning over that area, looking to see if they can grab themselves a pick on to Hondo. Let's take a look at it from the defensive side.
I'm gonna try and stop him getting.
Ooh, shots coming out. Doesn't land on Viper.
Stable now. Maybe that means it's 2. That means it's 2. The water
Interesting to see the defense so heavily invested in the East. I mean, one person on OBJ, if Stay Calm slips through 35's grasp, and, well, I guess there's Legel in that North Dark Room to watch down, but, I mean, otherwise, things could go wrong.
I think that should be the new tagline for Onward. Things could go wrong. That's if that doesn't just describe every Marsoc push I've ever been a part of, I don't know what does. A quick look at that replay from earlier in the round. Nice little pick onto Diesel. Kick things off. Still the only pick until I say those words, and 35 grabs a nice kill onto Stay Calm there. Gonna put SEAL Team Bravo down to 3. I mean, this is not where they want to be.
No, I mean, they have plenty of time to get where they're going, but they really don't have a lot of support to help get them there. Raz going to be unsupportable from Drunk Drummer's position currently, and UC Death just decides to take a quick look and spots out Raz. There's no shot at a refrag from Drunk Drummer at the moment, and Hondo is just unfortunately, you know, with the other members of his team having gone down, he's just so disconnected.
in the East, whereabouts?
Not to his own fault. I mean, again, it's because of the spread across the board being thinned out by the defense, not because he has intentionally, you know, put himself out of position. But UC Death is starting to check this West Street. He should have seen that push across from Raz, and so does Legel. Legel now looking in that direction. Viper should be able to see it, however, from the high elevation, and he does. That SKS with the 12X really coming in handy. Now it's just 2 members of SEAL Team Bravo left. Drunk Drummer going to be one of them, so Viper needs to be careful. He could end up getting himself sniped again, but unlikely considering the positioning here versus previously.
Drunk Drummer he wants that UC Death pick, and the shot rings out. He does not land it. That is not what you want to see. He has still got a lot of work to do, and an extra pick would have been really nice for a minute and a half left in the round. Pressure from Hondo coming in on one side, and Drummer just ducking the bullets of Lego there.
Yeah.
Oh, Hondo with the unfortunate nade toss. Doesn't quite make it into the building, downs himself. Just gonna leave Drunk Drummer as the remaining member 35 rains bullets down. Unfazed, Drunk Drummer just taking his time here. He's got a lot of defensive pressure coming on all sides. Is he gonna be ready for Viper, who's panned out over the top of him with the sniper rifle? He isn't. Only Viper finds the headshot, seals the deal here in map 1, and BossFight take map 1 4-2.
Well, I mean, there we have it. Like I thought, BossFight able to take the map. SEAL Team Bravo still, as you mentioned, not able to get those conversions on Marsoc. I mean, they just cannot seem to get the point. They've had opportunities. They've had looks. There was even a cap attempt in that first matchup on this map versus Mayhem. There's just still something going on there that they've got to work out in order to just be more effective on Downfall. But overall, still a great map, still a good battle between these two teams, and I am not disappointed in either of them, realistically.
No, nor should anybody else be. It's been a great series to watch overall, but now we're ready for map 2. If you heard the spoiler sounds, that is the music of the game telling you what that map is, then your prediction doesn't count. But if you have any thoughts on what that map is going to be before I pull it up, now is the time to put it into the chat, because map 2 is gonna be, that's my drum roll, which is terrible, Bazaar. Talked about how we haven't seen it, but now we are gonna see it. And that warms my heart. It's one of those maps that personally I'm not a fan of playing, but I do love casting it. I do love watching the action that these teams bring to this map. The strategies are great. The aggressive play is great. And I think SEAL Team Bravo, picking into this map, obviously confident, but they definitely have had some fantastic plays on this map this season. I remember at least a couple of games where they made some really fantastic plays. So I'm excited to see how they deal with it. But BossFight, again, not a slouch. I think they're going to make them work for it.
Absolutely going to make them work for it. I mean, BossFight is not weak here.
No, not at all. Not by a long shot.
We see some really sneaky stuff come out from BossFight in this. I've seen some really impressive snuck-in caps from their team on this, on this very first objective that we have for this map. So we'll see. But SEAL Team Bravo really need to bring it here. There are no ifs, ands, or buts. Every round, every point, big deal for them.
Just like we said, every single matchup is going to be, you know, important. There's no, you know, throwaway rounds here. It's the 2 rounds per per series, and final scores will dictate it all. So you've got to put 110% into each and every one. I mean, we're gonna see maximum effort in round 7 of map 2 here in this final series for sure. If it gets that far. If either of these teams let the other team get that far, that's what's gonna happen.
We shall have to see about that. I'm sure BossFight are like, please, Lord, let us get this over with. You know, they are about 8 hours ahead of us now, so they're coming up on about 10 o'clock over there in the EU. So I'm sure they're all hoping to get this over and get their tea in or whatever it is they might have before bed and crawl into their beds, get nice and warm, and get ready for tomorrow.
It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and all of that sounds great to me on the west coast of the United States. So I am with you, EU. Let's drink tea and take naps together after this series, because it has been an emotional roller coaster on this series. So let's get right into it. We're not wasting any time. BossFight heading into the series on the defense. We'll see what they opt to do. Is that... Oh, I thought I saw a shotgun on the back of one of these teammates. I was going to say, what? Who picks shotgun? Yeah, I was going to, you know, come on. What strategy is that to follow that player the whole match? Trying to see what strategy that's going to be, but no, it's indeed a rifle. So let's take a look here at the push from Stay Calm. He does catch a couple of rounds from UC Death, who is going to ID that cross. So Stay Calm does not have the element of surprise anymore now. Lego over there going to be waiting for him in ambush.
All kinds of ambushery going on the western side. Meanwhile, Drunk Drummer and Diesel pretty uncontested as they kind of waltz up through the center.
Yeah, the grenades come flying in. And 35, really the only one. This is such an interesting defense for this objective. They got 4 people not even within spitting distance of that objective.
And the East just got weakened as Scooby trades. Viper is on a rotation back, but is it going to be enough? Seriously, 35 goes down here, and UC Death is too slow or doesn't spot Drunk Drummer on this push. This is a cap. This could be a very, very overlooked defensive flaw for BossFight here. Oh my goodness. Drunk may get spotted by UC Death here, who is checking back towards the center, but otherwise completely unaware that he's here. But finally, 35 able to catch Drunk Drummer underneath one of the stalls, and that stops what could have been a very stealthy cap for SEAL Team Bravo.
Only Viper now on the back side of this offense. It's hard to even tell with the rotations they've had, but Lonely Viper now on the inside of Blue Room here had to come all the way back from the east. Now could catch Diesel rezzing Hondo here and find 2. Meanwhile, Stay Calm on the north side does find 1. Hondo coming up over the top of Viper, was hoping to drop down, but Viper just to nab that shot. Diesel with the response.
With a pistol.
With a pistol response onto Lonely Viper, excuse me.
I was impressed. I was like, wait, that gun sounds a little pithy compared to the big boy guns we hear normally firing at each other, and sure enough, it was the M9. He was holding it so he could still be armed while he was rezzing Hondo initially. I guess he just never changed weapons. Just kept with the pistol until that kill was done. I don't know if he's out of ammo. I doubt it, considering how early on in the round we are and how few shots have actually really been fired, if you think about it.
Yeah, it has been a relatively quiet, bizarre match. I mean, that's unusual for a map like this where the sort of crossfire and suppressive fire is king. especially having to check all these stalls. Such a
Oh,
such a ton of work. So many bullets committed just because you think you see something moving behind a piece of wood.
and I don't know how many times I've shot a fan in this map through a window, but goodness. way to go, Downpour. 10 out of 10 on juking old Sleepy on
Yeah,
Marsoc.
the pump fakes on positioning of objects has definitely gotten me quite a bit.
Raz now following a similar route to what Drunk Drummer was moments ago, but 35 in a different position, so it's possible Raz being able to fight back this time to see the defender before the defender sees him, and I think Raz might have heard 35's last call out. He does check that direction, and there goes Stay Calm grabbing UC Death. It is a 3v1, and there it is. I think Raz does spot. He does spot 35, but he's not able to get the shots to come through. 35 going to return fire. He doesn't quite know what he's shooting at, but he's going to rotate onto the objective. Raz runs out of ammo, but Stay Calm is there on the backside to clean up the round. And SEAL Team Bravo do it. They take their Marsoc round and go 1-up here on Bazaar.
It is getting that first round. Starting off with a little bit of momentum. Definitely what they need to do to try to take this map away from BossFight. Take a quick look at that Lonely Viper replay from earlier and gets that fly-in shot onto Hondo, and then Diesel with the very nice pistol pick. Downing Viper and confirming will, in fact, get him that kill. But in the end, it is going to be a nice little coordinated push through the center. And you see it there. That's what I'm talking about. Is when the team sort of comes together and has the pressure equally from all sides of the objective, that is when you are most effective. Stay Calm and Diesel, doing the bulk of the killing there, but really it was a team effort to apply the pressure from multiple points, getting them that win. We'll see now what that looks like when BossFight has a crack at it on the same objective.
Yeah, that defense just very surprising to me. I mean, I don't know, maybe BossFight just playing around with things a little bit. Maybe they're experimenting with some new styles of defense to try and throw off other teams in the later rounds of this postseason, because I mean, you have to remember, these teams go up against each other, with the exception of the NA and EU teams. They go up against each other a few times throughout the course of a season, and they start to learn each other's position. I mean, down to the player. You'll be watching casts and you'll hear a player call out, "Oh, X person is here," just like we thought he would be. Because they know, they've watched enough casts of that team, or they've played that team enough times and died by that player to know, I need to check here for X person or Y person. So it really starts to become a different game for these more seasoned teams, because they have to basically go back and always consider that everything they've ever done is known at this point. And that's not a tough thing to do once you're 10 seasons in and still trying to come up with new plays and new defenses.
Yeah, innovation is still absolutely the key to victory in this game. I mean, we've seen metas evolve throughout the seasons as teams have to find new ways of dealing with situations. Raz there, finding the first pick on Dolego as Scooby rounds the stairs up here, looking for that response kill. Raz does pop the corner just in time. Scooby's gonna find one. Is he gonna be ready for Hondo in this corner? I don't think he is. Hondo rushes the corner, grabs the frag on Scooby, but Scooby able to confirm his kill, and that's a pretty big deal. I mean, that is going to be
also important.
Yeah, that is going to do a lot of good for the BossFight offense. But SEAL Team Bravo now going to be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, picking up those 2 kills right out the gate. Right along with Viper here for just a moment.
I'm gonna ask myself why.
Kids, cover your ears.
Are we born to suffer? I feel like we're born to suffer.
Always dangerous getting into the head of Lonely
I'll
Viper.
check the crack in the wall, see they pushed up on the east. God, we're so fucking.
All right.
Relatively calm push, as to be kind of expected here from these teams. I don't think BossFight, I don't know, maybe BossFight toning down the aggression for this objective because of that last round, losing that last round, that defensive round to this team could have put them on the back foot, like, oh shoot, maybe we underestimated them on Bazaar a little bit, or vice versa. And of course to have lost 2 early in the round like that is also not a good start. So
No, definitely not. And that's You know, that angle is like, if you can get there, if you can get into the north wall, it's such a nice way to split the defense into at least 2 different lanes. You know, that way you're not approaching from the same side. But there is that risk. There is that crossfire risk if the defense takes the opportunity and takes the risk to go out there and try to get those early shots out. You know, it could pan out, but it could also lead to your members going down early. So yeah, BossFight suffering a little bit on that pick. Scooby though did get a little aggressive, to be honest. A little bit more to push in alone like that to try to confirm that kill. I can see why, but Hondo, you know, played that correctly. He stayed quiet. He waited for the confirm that he knew was going to try to come out from a team like BossFight. He ended up capitalizing on it. So good on him for that heads up play. All quiet here as 2 minutes tick down and the last 3 of BossFight get set up in the east and I'm sorry, the east and north. I do have my directions correct.
Yes, this map is oriented correctly, so north is up. Unlike Downfall, which gets me every time, and I'm like, pick out the north spawn. Oh wait, that's east.
Just take a quick look at that Scooby replay. I forgot I've got that queued up, all ready to go. Nice little pick by Hondo there.
I'll start calling you replayman.
You better. You better. Hey, if you've got the instant replay system, you use the instant replay system. And we've got plenty of things to replay here, as the teams have been doing a very good job of battling back and forth. Honestly, it's hard, you know, you don't even know which one to pick sometimes. take 3 or 4 and then you realize you got one. You see Death manages to knock Hondo out of the running. Drunk Drummer is going to be alerted off of those shots. See Death's going to be hearing the footsteps now. He's tucked it down the corner. See Death just... You try to just wallbang him right there? I don't think that works.
No, I think he anticipated a push out from the main exit there.
Okay.
And instead, Drunk Drummer ran across and tucked into the other side. So just a misanticipation, basically.
See, Death rounds the corner. Doesn't get Drunk Drummer. He's just on the right side of it. Stay calm. Also not in the correct position at the correct time. But Drunk Drummer there does manage to nail Lowly Viper. You see Death rounds the corner, finds another, and 27 seconds remain as Stay Calm pushes the inside. But SEAL Team Bravo will be the one that gets that round win on that final pick. A really nice pickup there in the end. I mean, you know, blow for blow, basically, and they nabbed up that final seconds type of offensive push really, really well, and they are up 2-0 on that, what I consider to be a pretty difficult objective to both attack and defend.
Yeah, both teams really have their work cut out for them on this next one, but you know, it's another one where we do see caps on it on a semi-regular basis, right? I mean, and if not caps, we see a lot of teams getting really, really close to it. So I expect to see the same here. Not really sure which team will do it. SEAL Team Bravo's gotten close to a couple of caps in this map and others. BossFight have also done the same. I really don't know. I think this might be the map SEAL Team Bravo is able to overcome BossFight, though. They are looking fairly good on this map so far.
Absolutely. Now let's take a look at what objective we've got to deal with. Looks like Mini Market is where we're going to be heading next. I don't know. This one with BossFight on the defense... You know, they definitely got punished for that defense in round 1, right? The way off objective, super far rotation-y type of defense. So I wonder if they're going to learn from that, tighten things up a little bit, try to stay closer to the objective, really deny that sort of final push rather than reaching and trying to grab points early on. Or if they're going to get, you know, they're going to get a little boss fighty as we saw them get.
Or Boss Flighty.
Boss Fight or Boss Flight. We'll find out which one is coming at you here as round number 3 gets underway.
And we will be getting
gonna
the
get picked, you're gonna get picked.
long spawn. I mean, realistically, I think all the spawns for this particular objective aren't close. But they'll have a bit of distance to cover, so they'll split off and spread the map, as we've seen them do quite often in this stage of the tournament, in this postseason series. They've constantly went with that kind of solo spread out, you know, they don't want their team to be all clumped up in one area kind of strategy. And so far, it's been effective. A bit slow, but still effective. They're still getting in there. They're still getting within the red zone, if you want to call it that. That last 10 to 15 yards before the goalposts, and you know, so they are effective. It's just not quite been effective enough today against some of these other teams that they faced off against. So, but again, impressive showing thus far in Bazaar. Excited to see what they're going to do here on this objective. The boss fight defense, I would say, pretty standard, pretty typical of just about any top ranked team, or even into the mid ranges. In an excessively
goodness
impressive grenade
gracious! Oh boy, Alberto, that surprised even me. Let me go ahead and play that replay because we did capture it. Just sitting here minding our own business, looking at the mini map. We see Lonely Viper push that corner. I'm like, hey, why is he rushing up that corner? And kaboom, a fantastic nade toss. Couldn't have been placed really any better if he'd have tried.
Viper hit the nuke on zombies. Kaboom.
Kaboom indeed. 35 manages to nab Diesel in a tucked in little position in the alleyway there, and that's gonna knock SEAL Team Bravo down to 3. Now it's a repeat of the last round, but the team names have switched. SEAL Team Bravo gonna have to attack an objective with just 3 up.
Three is a number I like, though, you know, for still attacking this objective. When I'm down below 3 is when I start to, when I'm on Marsoc. If I still have 3 people, you know, you can still coordinate a good bit with 3 people and make it work and get in there and get the cap done. I mean, you just need to make the right calls at the right time and keep those people moving. And you can definitely overcome a situation like this one. I mean, they are blind in certain areas still. You can always slip through the gaps, because no matter where they're positioned, they have to be looking the right way. And then above that, they have to be shooting at you to get the kill. So there's a lot of conditions available to where you can make your way through. It just has to be the right timing and the right call.
Raz here does make it around to the north wall. I think UC Death has ID'd him already, so he is going to have a hard time making the rest of this push without the pressure from Hondo and Drummer in the south, keeping some of that attention. But there's a lot of boss fights still left to chew through here. Oh, and Scooby with the fantastic shot onto Hondo there in that that street cross. Holy cow.
Yeah, now it is going to be a tricky situation here for Drunk Drummer and his companion Raz, 2 members of SEAL Bravo who are left, and Drunk Drummer and Lonely Viper, who apparently are sniper magnets to one another, trade out, and they will be giving each other's teams call-outs on that. Raz being the only member left for SEAL Team Bravo to be able to do anything. Scooby going to probably get the res after he goes ahead and confirms Drunk Drummer. Still leaving boss fight with 5 up against poor Raz, all by himself here, trying to make his way to the objective, and he does seem to have the drop possibly on UC Death.
He's going to have a lot of intel, but he doesn't have a lot of time to act on it as 60 seconds pass, and taking a bit too much time to get behind UC Death here. They're both moving at exactly the same speed, so will one catch the other? We may be here for a while trying to find out. I mean, Raz could basically at this point just sprint across. Only Legel on the objective there, really there to stop him. 40 seconds left on the clock. Does find Legel. There it is, and you see Death
helps
on the
him.
panic shot. Finds one, Raz finds another. 30 seconds left. 2 members of boss fight. The backside of Raz was exposed there to 35 for just a second. Lonely Viper now on the objective looking for that push. He is ready for that pick, but wow, what a fantastic play there by Raz, and the unfortunate team kill from UC Def almost helping to get that 3-1 lead, or 3-0 lead to SEAL Team Bravo, but BossFight instead scooping up their first point of this map.
Yeah, good play there either way from Raz. I mean, team kill definitely helping him out, keeping his backside clear once he was able to also down UC Death there. But man, gosh, you got to give it to Viper, being able to just draw up like that with those 12x scopes on his weapons on just about every map at this point, and be able to get those close range kills. Not everyone can do that. It is something you learn over time to be able to, you know, two-eye aim with large magnification scopes. So really did a great job at clutching that out, getting that kill. But Raz just inches away from staying up and even possibly getting that refrag to clutch the map. And that would have been a heck of a clutch, a real highlight reel clip for STB had he been able to pull that one off.
Yeah, kudos to Lonely Viper on the good rotation and the quick snap there to deal the damage and get them that point. Now SEAL Team Bravo on the defense here for Mini Market. And, you know, I feel like they could take this to a 3-1. And, yeah, I don't know. The way BossFight's been kind of approaching this objective, this map, been a little lackluster. I don't know what it is. It's probably fatigue, if I had to guess. As a player at this stage in the game, you're pretty tired. I mean, like you said, EU's dealing with a pretty late time anyway, so I don't know. We'll see. I think SEAL Team Bravo is poised and has been playing well enough to definitely take this map away. Should they put the extra effort in here? Let's see what happens in round 4.
We don't even need that window.
BossFight reading out their codes. Viper hoping to get a cap, hoping to be Capper instead of Viper.
I think they're using a drone, that's why.
Well, they need it to take the lead and get to defense. That's definitely on their minds. Offense getting set up on the eastern side, sweeping across the courtyard here. You can see Scooby UC Death and 35 kind of covering the push across the east. Scooby going to clear the upstairs kayak, but the rest of the defense, SEAL Team Bravo, all tucked in. Not getting too far off objective. And there's the pressure from Legal onto Blue Room. Does not find a pick. A little more suppressive fire, but nothing the defense has to deal with just yet. Now, what's interesting is they've stacked most here on the western side. Usually you'll see 2 or 3 members going into this courtyard on the east, but they have opted to stack almost all on the side of the objective, sort of giving BossFight all of these buildings to work with. I don't know. Don't know that I would give up all of the building. You know, at least Station 1, Drunk Drummer's kind of a like a point of failure or the final point of stoppage for anybody coming out of that courtyard. But he's only one man. You're gonna have to have quite a bit of crossfire to help deal with that. Meanwhile, Legal, I mean, like a one-man army, putting suppressing fire, throwing nades out into the courtyard here. Really
Viper
trying to make it seem like the team is coming from this south side.
Yeah, and there it is. Finally, Viper and Raz looking at each other, trading looks back and forth here on the north, and finally Raz able to spot Viper out between those pallets and get that kill, but he was quickly working his way down this northern side and sneaking up on Raz and the rest of the SEAL Team Bravo defense. But now that's been taken care of. It's a 4v5, and SEAL Team Bravo is looking good for their 3rd point right now, but we still have a lot of this round left. 3 minutes, well, 2 minutes, 40 seconds left on this clock.
Yeah, they've taken residency inside of this courtyard, so they have started to use this real estate given to them by the defense. We'll see how effective they are in using it. Not a lot of super exposed positions. I mean, Hondo's in a nice little tucked in window spot there. Raz still kind of watching from the north, so not super easy to find, but Scooby's opting to take the slow roll approach for this and check every possible angle.
35 coming out of the the kill room, as a lot of teams refer to it. Looking towards that blue garage near the objective. Stay calm, going to be stayed in the corner as he defends this last front. I mean, 2 minutes or a minute and a half left. BossFight definitely positioning. They're going to strike at once. It's going to be a bit of confusion here, but will SEAL Team Bravo's net hold?
Scooby just inches away from Drunk Drummer's position in the corner here. He should be ready for somebody here. This is a pretty common little spot for folks to sit in these days. Especially when you've got this whole courtyard, you know what I mean? It's almost like a trap. Like, hey, I don't... why is there nobody in here?
Enemy blue.
Ooh, stay calm on the rotation. Does get caught out. Scooby does have the look on that, but he will get killed and confirmed out by Raz there. Stay calm, meanwhile, still engaged in the UC Dead 35 firefight. Now it's a 4v2. Last two members of BossFight dealing with 45 seconds on the clock and not a lot of time to do the work they need to do.
Honestly, surprised I'm not seeing more rotation back towards the objective from the defense. Mostly from Raz, just to give a little bit more support on objective. Because Stay Calm and Diesel can technically go down and lose out. I mean, there you have it. I mean, Hondo and Raz almost not able to grab 35 there as he crossed the road. So that could have ended differently. And, you know, things are always unpredictable here in Onward. But either way, SEAL Team Bravo does pick up 35. They pick up their third point and continue their lead here with a 2-point stretch on Bazaar. BossFight really going to have to make every round count from here on. They are on the lifeline.
Yeah, they still need these points. I mean, they had those early losses against G-Men that they wanted to recover from. They managed to take one away from Mayhem. They took the first one here, but this would be the 3, right? This would be the right down the middle, 3 out of 6. And then it would come down to basically a points tie, points for and points against. Yeah. So, you know, they can't be giving this up. They've got a defensive round. They got to win here. And then they got to come back out on offense and try to convert. They got to try and put to at least the kills. You know, they got to just win by kills from here on out. But that's 15 kills you got to get across 3 rounds. No small
easy.
feat. Yeah, no small feat, even across 5 people.
Yeah, that's just asking everyone to do their job and get 1 kill, just 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, heck, how many rounds do you go sometimes in a match where your team wipes someone and you've not seen the first lick of a pixel of an enemy? You know?
Yeah.
You know, I've had many of those rounds where I'm still running towards the objective, and next thing I know, it's like victory. The enemy team has been eliminated. I'm like, I didn't even see the enemy team to be eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, honestly, in the postseason, that would be like a godsend. You know, you're, oh, thank goodness, I don't have. The pressure's not on me, right? Like, somebody else won for me. But no, I mean, everybody's got to put in a maximum effort today that we have seen every player do or try to do something spectacular to try to get these round wins. Fighting against all odds. And that's why we're here. That's why we're doing this Onward thing. For everybody at home is showcasing these players who put in the time, deserve to be rewarded, playing hard, putting it all out on the field, and having a good time while they're doing it.
Sure enough, and Stay Calm is going to grab Viper as he tries to get aggressive on the north to get into Kiot building. Meanwhile, Drunk Drummer and Diesel just inside the center courtyard. Of course, they did get the quick spawn, so getting close in is not hard to do. Diesel going to grab Scooby, but also grab Drunk at the same time, just through the crossfire. And that is unfortunate, but he does confirm Scooby-Doo 35, trying to slide up to possibly get a refrag. I'm not sure I would slide into the exact position of
he was going for the res initially. He was trying to get the Scooby res before Diesel confirmed, but confirmation is in. There is not going to be any Scooby revives here today, and that's 2 massive players gone for BossFight. You got your captain out, and you got your your main sharpshooter out. Oh, that grenade. Oh my goodness. I had to try landing on the ledge above 35 there. That might have been grenade of the day had it landed, but a good attempt nonetheless.
Hondo and Diesel slowly catching up to stay calm here at the front of the push. 35 anxiously waiting for the pressure that he knows is on its way.
He's hearing these footsteps. There's nothing worse than kind of hearing the shuffling of footsteps. It's, you know, it's like a horror movie where you're hearing...
It's like in Jurassic Park when they are getting chased by the raptors and they just see the bushes move next to them and they're like, oh.
Yeah, exactly. It's that same feeling of dread that 35 has right now. He's got plenty of players to deal with. And not a lot of defenders to help him out with it, as it's just him and UC Death and Legal holding on for dear life here in this man disadvantage 4v3. 35 peeks the corner, does not land the shots onto Diesel. Now Hondo repositions his approach, and stay calm will help that approach as he nabs Legal in the blue room, and that's going to bring it down to 2 for BossFight. SEAL Team Bravo poised to take map number 2. Hondo finds another. And that's it, 35, the last man remaining. He's got to just defend against the cap. Stay calm's got pad out. 35 finds one. Is he going to check objective on the corner? He finds Diesel, but there it is. SEAL Team Bravo finds the 5-1 pick, and a fantastic play there by the offense. Just enough confusion, the correct picks in the correct places. That's going to give SEAL Team Bravo a nice little point differential to help potentially secure their second place spot. We'll have to see as the results trickle in. Take a quick look at that final replay. What happened there? I mean, a really nice defense by 35, but just not enough. There's not enough hands and eyes to cover all the different angles, and Code getting punched in there just in time will seal the deal. So let's give them their 2 points. My apologies, in the wrong spot there. Sleepy, give us thoughts. Final thoughts.
Well, I mean, as we expected, a lot of great fights. I mean, we saw a lot of round 7s. We saw a couple of caps. We saw a bunch of great grenades, a lot of great long shot play. I mean, we got a taste of just about everything you would want to see in any kind of FPS action, right? You know, some quick shots, some snipes, some fancy frags, you know, big action plays, sneaky caps, quick cap. I mean, literally almost everything you could have wanted to see in a matchup we saw today, and I expect we'll see the same later this evening when we see Nightfire and the gang bring up the Challenger Cup finals to find out who's going to be playing in that last spot for tomorrow's round robin group A's against some other very, very tough teams. So, you know, a lot more action to come still this weekend, but I can say that I am not disappointed. You know, I was very much anticipating a lot of action, and I got that action. So I'm very happy with the turnout. I'm happy with the teams. I thank the teams for committing and playing such excellent rounds today. Of course, thanks to the viewers for tuning in on all the various platforms that we've been on here for this channel especially, but also for those of you who tuned in on the other channel for all those games. And then, you know, I don't have anything else I can say much more. I mean, Noman, I'll leave the last thought up to you, sir.
Well, that's most of my sign off, but yes, thank you to everybody for tuning in today, for being with us for the long series and the longer breaks. Hopefully the folks in venues had some battery packs and hung out, and you guys enjoyed yourselves there. If you're on Twitch or Facebook or YouTube, hello and thank you to tuning in as well. I do want to thank our sponsors at the top here, B-Haptics, Fixed Gaming, Rebuff Reality, Cyber Shoes, VR Cover, ProTube VR, Asterion, and HyperX. We have got a ton of prizes from pretty much everybody on that list for the folks that are duking it out here in the Round Robin A series. That is going to do it for the Round Robin A's on Saturday today for Season 10. As Sleepy mentioned in passing, the Challenger Cup final being played between ALG and Animal House is happening again on this channel as well as in venues in roughly an hour and a half's time. So 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 Eastern. The round robins tomorrow start, I believe, an hour earlier than they did today. So 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. So tune in to those. There's going to be a Group B stage that you do not want to miss. The likes of beginners will be showcasing their talents quite a bit, I'm sure. So I will be tuned into that, but I will be letting other folks cast the series tomorrow, taking a little break myself. But with that, I'm gonna sign us off. We're gonna head out. If you want to see who are the final 2 in the Group A series, go to vrmasterleague.com/onward and check out the championship tab. We'll have the bracket up there, or join the Discord. But otherwise, that is going to do it from us. My name is Noman with a 4. I was joined by Sleepy with 2 3s, and we are signing off for the day. See you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night, everyone.